Hey, what's up, YouTube? I am going to do some coding today, like a lot of coding. I'm going to be coding my butt off. Specifically, hey, what's up, Anjak? What's up, Nganga? Congrats on getting that gift sub, by the way. So, I'm going to be doing a lot of coding today. What's up, Pedro? And that coding is specifically going to be for my branching narrative tool. It's actually called Branchie, even though that says Brancho. It's the alter ego to my branching narrative tool. You'll see. Okay, just give me a minute. I will explain it all. So what is my branching narrative tool? And why am I calling it a branching narrative tool and not a branching dialogue tool? Well, because I realized that it's a whole system for managing a branching narrative game, not just branching dialogue. So we're gonna find that out today. Good to see you, Darren. Good to see you, M. Nixa. Hello. We already said hi to Pedro. Pedro, we get another hello. Okay, so the way that this kind of works, so I'm about to delete this folder, this Branchie data. I'm about to throw it in the trash. Because the way that this whole thing works is if you don't have that folder created yet, then this will create it. So we're gonna go to project settings. This is all in Godot, by the way. I'm going to go to plugins and we are going to activate the Branchie plugin. Adam, branching narrative. So if you've ever played a game like Mass Effect, maybe more Skyrim or Baldur's Gate 3. Whoa! Now that's serious branching narrative. Fallout New Vegas, games like this are branching narrative games where the player makes choices throughout the game that change the world and often change like the dialogue. So maybe you're a character who says a lot of mean things or a character who says a lot of nice things. Or maybe you chose to rescue this person but not that one. And then that makes certain areas be available or not. It changes the course of the game. So the way that I'm thinking about this is imagine a movie that you play and you decide what the ending is by playing the game, right? So there is a Godot plugin called Dialogic, which is maintained by one of the main Godot founders. It's a great plugin. It is, I don't know what it can do exactly. I used it for a short time, but what I didn't like about it, and it's an amazing tool, what I don't like about it is that it provides a UI for you, right? And my tool is about making an API that you pull from and code your own systems around. All that it's going to do is it's going to let you write. That's it. And then when you're done writing, you can go and pull the code that was generated. This is kind of a code generator. Let me show you what makes it different from Dialogic. Okay, so see, we've got Branchie. This is the plugin. I'm going to activate it. So now that I've activated it, it appears, but it also has created a folder structure. So I'm going to go to the file system, and now we have this folder structure that was created on the user's file system. Okay. Now there's a lot of things that will go in there, but we're going to look at a couple things. For example, the API. This is the main place where the user will pull from, as I was saying, when you code your dialogue and stuff. So it's kind of empty right now, as you can see, mostly just documentation and kind of theoretical stuff. Kind of what I'm working on today is how I'm going to rework how this API is accessed. But we'll come back to this and we'll look at this section right here so you can really understand what this is doing, that it's generating code. So let's keep an eye on this convo section. Right now it just says convo null, and that's the only one that's in there. Let's get something added into that. So I'm gonna go to the Branchie tool and we're gonna say Adam is new to this. That's gonna be the conversation name that we're creating, okay? So we've created a new conversation and it opens up this editor. In this editor is where we can start setting up our branching narrative things. So we'll be able to add this little node tool and we can add a dialog box and do stuff in there. But before we do that, let's go take a look back at that API that I just showed you. So looking at that API, what do we have here? Adam is new to this. So it is literally generating code, and it's creating the API as we are interacting with the plugin. So that's kind of the core idea, is that when you are creating your branching dialogue, your branching narrative, you are writing code, even though you're not, but you are. Well, Branchie is. Because I want to write. I'm like, I've been a writer for most of my life, and then I became a coder, and I want to just write. I want to have a tool that I go to, and I just come in here and I type, and I don't think about code. But then when it is time to think about code, it's waiting for me. So I don't have to do both. They're happening at the same time. Is this live? It sure is, Sod. Why wouldn't it be? Welcome. Have I ever not been live? What's up, lich? I think lich is the word. Okay, so let's put some dialogue in here. Sod is not sure if this is live. Kimmy, welcome back. Good to see you. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the file system, and we're gonna look in the convo folder now. And look at that, right? Adam is new to this is a whole GD script that was created just by typing it in. Now I'm gonna open this up, and we are gonna scroll down in here, and guess what's right in there? Sod is not sure if this is live. Is this stream a lie? So hopefully that kind of illustrates like what this whole concept is that it is going to be a tool for generating the code that a user can access and then put throughout their project. So I've been focusing a lot on the serialization, which is what we're seeing here. We're serializing this stuff that we put in here into code. And so, by the way, just to also emphasize like what this tool will be like, I want this to be a place where we can connect these nodes together, right? So we can say, how many options does the player have when responding, right? And you'll connect all of these nodes up with these wires, and you'll know, hey, it goes here, it goes there, it goes there. So that's kind of the vision of this. But I want to focus on how I really want to. Hey, thank you for the sub. Let's go. 2 months, Kimmy. I appreciate you. It means a lot. I'll see you on Monday. For those of you who are YouTube members, check out the join button below the video. Twitch subs or paid patrons, you get access to a Monday stream, an exclusive secret Monday stream that's just like this, but a little more private. Thanks for the hydrate. Cheers. Okay. Now, what I want to focus on today is I want to make a little change to the API. So the way I kind of was originally envisioning the API was just a bit different, and I'm not really happy with it. Let's see if I have an example of the access somewhere. I might not. Don't even worry about it because it's a mess. Okay, so imagine this. Imagine not only is this for dialogue, but it's also for events. Let's say the player goes up to a treasure chest and opens it, okay? We want to know that the player found that treasure, because let's say we go back to some adventurer in town, and they're like, hey, someone took my treasure. Do you know who it was? And you're like, wasn't me. Well, I would want that to be handled by this tool as well. So that's where this kind of all comes into play. So I'm told that this violates the law of Demeter, which is a real like coding thing, and I don't care. So hear me out. I think it's worth it, okay? Because this tool is going to make sure that it's not fragile, which is why you don't want to use this law of Demeter thing. I think it's going to be okay. I think it'll be all right. So we're doing a lot of dependence, a lot of coupling. So imagine this is Brancho. Brancho, the reason why I'm calling it Brancho, because there's already Branchie. Branchie is the main API. If I were to call it Branchie, we would have a problem because it would conflict. So Brancho is my way of experimenting with this new style of API. So here's what we'll do. We'll type in Brancho, and let's make sure this doesn't have errors when I start access. There we go. So see, there's the Branchie, right? And then we could access the conversation in this way. You know, that works. That's a thing, right? And then look, Adam is new to this. This is important. I want autocomplete. So this is part of how this can work. But with Brancho, here's the new idea. We go Brancho, objects, dot, see the autocomplete? Now there could be a list of objects in here. Region, we only got one, so region would be like, you know, whatever, Skyrim, or something like that. Or maybe, if you're thinking of a game like Skyrim, you knew Fallout New Vegas, so Freeside, okay? New Vegas itself, right? Prim, that could be a region. And maybe an area in New Vegas would be Gomorrah. That's one of the hotel casinos in New Vegas. So that would be an area. So I just called it Area 1. Okay, so we go there. So something that happened, we want to get all of the things that are relevant to Region 1, we'll say New Vegas. Area 1, we'll say Gomorrah. Put a dot. And then we can have different stuff in here. So crowd behavior. Maybe the gamblers behave differently. Maybe if you have attacked people in Gomorrah before, then the crowd doesn't like you and they come and attack you. So we would use this to fetch what its state is to find out if you had done that stuff. So that way the crowd itself can say, okay, I know that the player is supposed to be my enemy because when I'm coding it, right, I will set up that it checks to see what that state is. But the only one that I really have set up, so we've got house. Did we do house? We've got villager 1 in the house. Villager 1 in the house! And then, so these functions, by the way, are ones that I've also created. If you just want to get it as a reference, we're not worried about that, though, at this second. So challenges, that's another thing. Okay, this is the real good stuff. You see, it's a lot of coupling, but it's autocomplete, because I want it to be as easy for the user to access as possible. I don't want the user to have to think much. You just can get the stuff that you want easily. That's why I'm setting this up this way. So we've got unpicked crops. Okay, so that was an example thing I came up with. Oh, I guess this idea was that and this is in games like Skyrim and Fallout, you go to a villager's farm and you pick crops for them, right? And so it's a pass-fail challenge. Either you did do it or you didn't do it. So there's all kinds of challenge types. There's a lot going on. It gets complicated. But it's a pass-fail type. And so because it's a pass-fail type, we know that it's either going to be one thing or the other. It's a Boolean. And we can say, okay, did this player pick the crops? And we have crops 5 as opposed to crops 4, crops 3, crops 2, crops 1, right? And so if crops 5, which happens to be villager 1's crops, if the player did pick it, then the villager will be able to say, oh, thank you for picking the crops. Here's your payment. You know what I'm saying? So it's like these branching possibilities. It's like this whole event manager system. So we would get that signal and we would connect it to a function. So I think I've already done this in here. So let's go see what that would look like. Do we have the crops one in here? Maybe, there we go. Pick crops 5. Okay, so it's pick crops 5. And we know that it's a pass-fail, so that means we use this outcome system. References, outcome, pass-fail. There's a lot going on here. So this is another branching thing. Thank you for the 3 consecutive streams, Ola. There's a lot of stuff going on here. But what this will do is this will ensure that we either receive pass or fail. So again, lots of dot kind of stuff. And so we can say if it's pass, then whatever, print thank you for picking my crops, right? And then if it's not fail, I sure wish someone would pick my crops. Imagine print is my branching dialogue, or my UI for the dialogue. I wish someone would pick my crops. So that's the kind of general idea for this. Now, this is for challenges, which is very different than the dialogue stuff I was showing you earlier. What I want is this. I want to start building how this stuff is serialized and then export it to the conversation system. Because right now the conversation system does not work this way. But the conversation system does work, so I don't know if I want to change it. Maybe I do. You know what? Maybe I do. I think what I want to do today is I want to take this system and I want to have the conversations be accessible using this. I think that's what I want to do. Now, I'm not going to finish the whole thing. I'm not going to have huge, mega obvious progress. It's just going to be slow, incremental work because this is a complicated system. But I think that's what I'm going to work on. I'm going to work on ensuring that this theoretical system of lots of dots is usable for getting conversations. So that's what I'm up to today. That was a long explanation, but hopefully now you understand. Okay, one more thing to tell you all. What the heck is this stuff up here? Why are there blocks? Probably should have explained that sooner, but here we are. Basically, the way the stream is going to work is I'm going to do 80 minutes of game dev, 40 minutes of taking a break, 80 minutes of dev, 40 minutes of break, and then 80 minutes of dev. So during that dev time, I will probably not be super locked into chatting and stuff, but then we'll chill for 40 minutes, and it'll be nice because it helps me be healthy in my brain. So yeah, so that's where this is going to go. Let me check in, catch up, and then we will commence the dev portion. I don't know what Pedro's talking about. What's up, Ryder? Let's go! Okay, that was yesterday. If main goal is to manage all... Yeah, it is. It is, because I was originally just wanting, like, to write the dialogue. It is a good goal, I agree. Welcome. It is, yeah, because I just wanted to be able to write dialogue. But... I mean, there's all these other components, right? Am I gonna build a whole separate system for managing stuff that happens in the world, even though they're all tied together? No, I want it all to be together. Look, it's a big scope, okay? I admit, but I enjoy it, and I think it's gonna be really, really useful. So, oh, Enzo, hello, welcome. You're interested in doing a dialogue game, right? And there are lots of tools out there. You don't have to build all this wackiness, but I just want to. Meta. It is very meta, isn't it? Lead code and code wars are the best ways to learn coding for beginners. All right, you heard it from Sod. You think I'm cooking? Let's go. Hey, thank you for the 20 bits. Thank you. For those on YouTube, that's like super chat. I'd love to see how it unfolds in the future. It looks quite interesting. I hope it is. Yeah, it's been a lot of work. I've spent a lot of time working on it. And I think I'll still be working on it for a while. You went to Play NYC last week. Wait, that's familiar. I used to live in New York City, and I used to remember things. New York's premier gaming event, created to give indies and small studios the opportunity to showcase their games, both digital and tabletop. What was that like? That sounds interesting. You started working on your Gulty Heist game? Let's go! Hey, sometimes we gotta take breaks. That's the thing. I took a break from this dialogue tool. I was working on this dialogue tool like week after week, and I said, let's do something else. It's nice, but it's good. It's good to step away and come back once in a while. Plus, you often can get like a different perspective on it. In honor of Dolly Parton passing, you're adding a memorial in your game and a legacy of her work. Dolly Parton was an icon to so many different people. She like bridged the gap between any like type of group out there and just everyone. Who doesn't love Dolly Parton? I know. Rest in peace, Queen, for real. Love that you're putting something about her in your game. Isn't that cool how we can use games to express ourselves? It's such an art form. It's the ultimate art form, in my opinion. You cosplayed as a scout from Attack on Titan? That's awesome. When I said Attack on Titan, my first thought was like, are you a Titan? No. That's cool. Did you have like a thing, like did you have like a hoverboard? Superstar, what's up? How you doing, Profits? Your first time cosplaying. That's exciting. That's exciting. Rip Dolly. Yes. It was a joke. Don't try it if you don't have a good enough grasp. Okay. Don't listen to Sod. I don't know what Sod wants. Ba-ba-bum-ba-ba-ba. Thank you again for the sub, Kimmy. I really appreciate that. I've seen this way of programming before. It's for those who don't know programming languages but want to make scripts for games. All right, okay. Oh, like, yeah. I mean, I do want it to be, I want people who are pros at programming to be able to access it, as well as people who aren't. I want it to be accessible for both. But I still want it to be programming, right? I don't want to make like a full, like I see what you're saying, like it's a visual scripting. It is, but it also isn't, because by creating stuff in Branchie, it's not going to make your game, right? You're not going to be connecting the nodes and then press play and the dialogue is there. That's not how this works. You have to build your own system for pulling the dialogue and putting it on the screen. That's totally up to you. Branchie is not going to handle that. You, the dev, have to handle that. Because if I build a system for what things look like in your game, I now have to somehow make it flexible enough that you could make it look like anything. And I don't want to dictate the way that your game looks and how you set that up. So I want to have as unobtrusive a system as possible. That, hey, you do your coding or you do your writing of the story, and then you can take the code and integrate it however you want. That's one of my big frustrations with a lot of other plugins that do branching dialogue, is that you have to kind of like do it their way. But to some extent, you always have to do that, but at least my approach is to minimize that. We'll see if that's how it actually turns out. And Jack says, everything called a law or rule in programming is really just a guideline, right? Much like the Pirates Code. I don't know if I know what the Pirates Code is. Brancho Villa, a Mexican revolutionary from 200 years ago. Wow. I didn't know that. I believe coupling is fine only when making implementation faster. Yeah, I think it's going to be okay. Because also, this is all going to be generated by the plugin. So the player isn't designing the system underneath that will potentially have mistakes, right? It's going to be automated. So as long as I just make sure it automates it really good, it's fine, right? It's fine. Still mad about what I said about the European British SNES, and yet you still come here. No, look, I'm warming up to it. I respect the nostalgia you have for the British SNES. And I only ask that you respect the nostalgia that I have for the American SNES. And I apologize deeply for saying that the British SNES was ugly. That was wrong of me. It's sleek. The American one is blocky. I admit. Need an emote to specify which part of a comment is a joke. That would be nice. Like maybe like a style, like italics or something. Donnie Paul, we talked about Dolly Parton. It was your second year attending. It was great. Well, I'm glad that you like did a cosplay this time. That's brave, honestly. You think you'll do it again? But to start working on your project for a hackathon. Whoa, hackathons. What are hackathons? I know what they are, but like, what are they? Like, they're just like jams, but for like more generalized, but for just code, pure code, kind of. Like you solve like puzzles in a short amount of time with other people. The ugliness of the British SNES is exaggerated, much like the state of our teeth. We're beautiful in our own way. Appreciate you, elegant mechanic. Welcome. It is greatly exaggerated. That makes sense, though. No, that's fair. The teeth thing, that's not very nice. What I will say is that the way I always interpreted that is that in the United States, we have some pretty unfettered capitalism in this country. Companies are allowed to just really just do whatever they want if they make a lot of money doing it. And I feel that with the teeth thing, that orthodontists, also our healthcare, I should say, when I say unfettered capitalism, I mean our healthcare is like, products. It's like we don't have like guaranteed healthcare. We have like you know, you go to or an American grocery store and there's a bunch of different types of cereal and they're trying to brand to you and commercials and they're trying to sell you stuff. That's our healthcare, right? And I feel like orthodontry, whatever, teeth straightening doctors just kind of really did a number on, and continue to, on parents. And just like making sure that they're like, oh, I gotta get my kids' teeth straight. I must. And I think it sort of created this idea that like teeth are supposed to be straight. Really, it's just capitalism again. What's SNES? Super Nintendo Entertainment System! It was my first gaming console. My first gaming console. Okay. So it's orthodolopundata. Thank you. I wasn't sure. Orthodolopundata. Yeah. That sounds correct. Kimmy says, I will do it again. We'll either go as Rock Lee from Naruto or Canary from Hunter x Hunter. I love that. You know what I was thinking? So for the game that I'm making, it's going to be obviously like a story-based game. And I want to make it all myself, like solo dev, right? But I was thinking of hiring a concept artist because I don't think I know how to create like characters in a way that someone might want to cosplay. Which I think is like a good thing as a game dev to think about. How are you making characters that people would want to cosplay? So I think I want to get a concept artist for that reason. Because we have socialized healthcare, it's a case of it being kept healthy over yeah, right, exactly. This is the good thing to do. Healthy. Called the Mega Drive, the Genesis, it baffles my mind. So many different names. There are so many different names. I mean, then SNES was Famicom, Super Famicom in Japan, right? In Hackathon, you solve real-world problems most of the time. You need to make a project to solve those problems and convince the judges that it will work. Very interesting. Fools, every last one. All right, I'm gonna get to work. What faction did I lean towards in New Vegas? Oh, what faction did I lean toward? I mean, I tried different playthroughs. That's a good question. It's been a while since I played New Vegas. It was the game that like unlocked my desire to make video games. I feel like I tried them all. I really liked the Powder Gangers because I sympathized with prisoners' rights, but they were kind of a minor gang, so it didn't really matter. Yeah, I mean, I liked the Brotherhood, although I don't really anymore, but I did for that game. And then I found out they were kind of like not so good. Mr. House, I was never particularly enchanted by. Yes Man. I went Yes Man. That was my playthrough. That was the one where my heart was in it. The Yes Man playthrough. NCR I liked, but they were just very like kind of, I don't know, they just reminded me of like the worlds that probably led to Fallout. You know, that led to all the problems. Although I guess that you could call that the Enclave. Anyway, I love that. I love that stuff. I want to create a world with lore like that so bad. Hire an artist, a concept artist. A concept artist. So that is to say someone who makes like, you know, the sketches for what the characters will look like, how they'll function, how they're, you know, if they have like a weird body part with like a cybernetic claw, how does that attach? You know, what are the mechanics of that? And then that way when I go to 3D model it or write the character or integrate it into like animations and stuff, that concept art makes it easy to understand how that all works together. It's a really, really important role in at least, you know, AA, AAA game dev. And I think it's like one of the more important ones that as a solo dev, I do want to consider, you know, what is the word? Outsourcing. Yeah, I'm here. I started a little early today, Lily. You made your server. I can't wait to play your game online, Sod. Recipes, Tim Curry. Wait, did Tim Curry died a little while ago, didn't he? Was there a character we mentioned that Tim Curry played? Definitely rip Tim Curry. Absolutely. He died August 20. No, he just died. Oh my God. Why did I think he died a while ago? Oh my gosh. He heard about Dolly and he was like, I'm out. Wow. Well, rip indeed. What a legend. Wow. What is it? It's dying season. There's only a 1 millisecond delay between players, but it works nice. I love that. All right, let's get into this. So I'm gonna start my timer. That means I will be less chatty for the next 80 minutes, but then we'll take a break and we'll go back to chilling. So you can use any of these commands that I'm typing in if you're watching live. Goodbye, see ya, later, and it will ping me. It will give a little ping, and I will be like, huh, what? And I'll see you and be able to say goodbye to you. And of course, if it's your first time saying hello in the stream, I will also see you. But other than that, I'll be kind of like Nigel Thornberry. I'll be kind of like locking into some code, but I might answer here and there. All right, let's do it. Timer, commence. Let us game dev. All right, it has begun. So this is gonna count down from 80 down to 0. And then we'll do a break after that. All right, let's do it, Lily, let's do it. So the way that so this is gonna be a lot. I do need to find, so I'm just gonna kind of in this first section, I'm mostly gonna be familiarizing myself with the way things do work now, because I haven't looked at this code in a minute, and what I need to do to start changing it to work the way I want it to. So I do want to find that script that was like the examples of how it would look. So I think that's in here. API example, initial plan, usage examples. This was it. So the way that I was imagining getting a conversation was what? Let us see. Oh, we got Discord sounds? Nobody deserves that. Let's mute that. Okay. Convo. Right. Okay, so I think this is still, this will remain. So this is Branch-ish, another alter ego, to just make sure it doesn't clash with the actual Branchy stuff. So this is still gonna be there. So let's say the player goes and talks to somebody. A signal will get sent out that the conversation has been started. Upon that conversation being started, it would include what that conversation is, and then we would need to get it. So it shows the dialogue, but what this is missing is, so I don't know if I have that in here, .api okay, get convo content. So there's by name or UID. Right? The UID is going to be the most reliable, because what if the user changes the name of their conversation in the Branchy toolset, right? That's got to be thought about. My plan for that is Branchy will have a way to just replace everything. Just like in Godot, where if you do find and replace, it will give you this replace all down here, no undo. I think that's what I'll set up. So hopefully that will make sure the player doesn't accidentally break references, or the user, not the player. But for this, since we're pulling it in this way, although I think a UID would be superior, maybe we could also send the UID along as well as an optional thing. We would say get convo content by name, and then branchish dot convo dot, okay, tavern keeper was an example I had in there as an example thing. To view arguments, it wanted 2. Okay, let's see what it wanted. We're just pretending the convo type. All right, so not only do we want the convo, we want to know, well, what do you want from the convo? Branchish convo content. Do we want the value, which is just like which number it is, the key, the name, participants? I think this has changed a little bit since then. Let me see what we had here. Convo content. No, it's the same. I guess we'd want node data. So I don't like that. I'm already not loving this because it's just a little, it's just, it works for me, but is that easy for someone else to easily figure out? If I had it, if it was optimal, I do want the signal happens, it sends the convo, but what if instead of all of that, instead of get convo content by name, what if you do Branchie API dot but how would you do that dot stuff? Well, that's a little tricky because what if the signal doesn't send anything? We don't know what convo started. Like, what if that's not there, right? And instead, let's just use Brancho as an example. What if we could ask, hey, what's the active? There's only gonna be one conversation at once, right? What's up, Mfan? Mfanaka? There could be a lot of ways. I'm gonna go with Mfanaka. Welcome. Mfanakagama. That's fun to say. Welcome. If it seems like I'm ignoring you throughout this, by the way, I probably am, because for the next 74 minutes, I'm locking in on dev, but I'm taking a break after that, so I'll catch up. So what if you ask, what is the active conversation? And then you just plug that into your dialogue UI, you know? You don't have to say, okay, this is the conversation, blah, blah, blah. Now, the other thing too is you should be able to find out what the conversation is, because maybe when you're talking to a certain person, you want certain things to happen. So you want to connect those together. So we should have a way to assign a reference. So in the Brancho setup, I did set up this reference thing. Get reference count. I think it's the right thing. Let's do region. Okay, there we go. Get as reference. So this idea of get as reference would be how you, the user, would be able to check which one is it. And then you, the user, could say, oh, I noticed it's region 1. If it's region 1 at this part, I want blah, blah, blah to happen. So get as reference is really important for this all to work. So it should send the convo along. And I think what it'll send along is, instead of, well, we'd be able to say branchish or convo. We'd be able to, what I'd want is you do convo dot, right? Whatever this sends. And from that, we can do get as reference. That way, if you want to check which convo was it, that will let you find out. So that's how we're gonna do that. And then for your whatever your dialogue is, we could just ask for it directly. So you could do convo dot get dialogue array, you know, if it has one, because it's not all what's convo. No, it will be all dialogue. Okay, all right. You know, I kind of like that. Get dialogue. Maybe just call it get dialogue, and it can be an array, and it'll be one after the other, right? Well, if it's branching, well, no, because the branching mechanisms won't be built into the array. Well, think about this, Lise, because what if the user wants to show grayed out options, right? We would need it. So it would have to be a dictionary. It would have to be a dictionary, and the user would have to figure out how to parse that dictionary. So we'd have to have documentation for that. But I think that makes sense. So I'm just going to worry about that sending. So that's what I think that's what I'm going to work on. I'm going to work on making it so what gets sent out when a conversation starts can be accessed as a reference, which will give us what this is, essentially. And it will also be fetchable. The whole dictionary of data will be fetchable. I think that's a nice, hopefully simple task to work on. Now, I don't know how, like, maybe we could try printing that dictionary as just and the reference, just to, because I don't have a UI for the dialogue yet. Maybe there's extra time I could work on that. Okay, all right, that's what I'm gonna do. So now I know what I'm doing. How do you want to start doing it? Well, I'm going to go look at how I set up this Brancho situation. Because it's been a while since I looked at it. So how am I even doing all of this stuff? How is this working? How am I able to do Brancho.objects.region? How is that even possible? Well, let's remind myself. But it's basically static references to other scripts. So Branchie is going to create a lot of scripts and then reference those scripts, and that's how we keep doing the dots. Okay, so let's see where that is. Oh, up at the top, right there at the top. All right. So interestingly, references, which we also use, is a constant, and we preload a script. Wow. So what is that references? The references, which if we do get as reference, we'd probably want that to be what they get. The references are what comes through here as types. Basically, that's what we use for typing. So if I wanted to create a variable something that has a type that also follows that same dot, this dot, that, and it keeps like digging in deeper, right? That's what the references section is. The references is for static typing, really. Okay, got it. I'm gonna put a little note about that so I don't have to use my brain about that again in the future. So let's do that here. References are used to access static types and enum references. We'll just say that. It's not the greatest, but at least it's something. Brancho could be the name of the mascot for this project. Like a Godot logo with a cowboy hat and belt buckle. I love the way you think, Jack. Get right on it. I want it on my desk by Monday. Objects. Okay, so objects is a little different. But let's look at references. We're talking about references. Let's look at this. So it's preloading a constant. Let's look at that. So that is a script. It's just a script called references.gd. Now, crucially, I'm not giving it a class name. And the reason I'm not giving it a class name is because I don't want to bloat the user's project with a bunch of class names. Because when you're in Godot and you're going to add nodes, every class name that you make will show up in here. So if I type in Branchie, you'll see we've got Branchie Convo Creator, Branchie Convo Name Cell, Branchie Tab Item, Branchie Middle Section, right? We got all this stuff in here. If I can minimize the amount of crap that I'm putting on the user's side, that would be great. And that's why I'm also prefixing it with Branchie, just so that way the user knows that, like, hey, this is, don't use this stuff. That's plugin. It's not what you think it is. It's just plugin stuff. So I don't want to put a class name here if I don't need to. But this is the references script. So I guess I'll want this. This should have Convo stuff in it too. Yeah, and it does. Okay. So that's interesting. Do we also have the convos in here? No. Wow. Oh, and then that references it too. Okay, so that's a big restructuring, right? Versus mains. So on the current version of the API, just kind of nakedly out here, we've got the convo. Let's see, enum convo here. We've just got that enum right there in the API. But the new way that I would want to do it is to nest it in that references section. And then the data, instead of typing to that enum directly, would type to the references script. So that is a change that I'm going to want to make. See, that types to the references.convo. And the reason, again, we're nesting it is so the user can more easily access it and stuff. Okay, got it. Not too bad. So back on the references script, this also can go nested as well. So there's challenge. We can look in there, and that's where we see pass fail, which is And then, so this would have all this list. So the user would not have to enter these in through code, but rather somewhere in the Branchie plugin, you would have a UI where you would define what all of these are. And then it would just automatically fill this out. So we've got found cave 1 treasure. That's a pass. Either you did find it or you didn't find it. Picked crops 4. Either you picked it or you didn't pick it. So I also experimented with different like capitalization types, because who knows how the user types it in, right? They might type it in all these different ways. So I wanted to mess around with that a little too. In this case, the user would also determine what types of challenges they want. So in this case, in this game, there's a morality challenge. So let's say you're talking to somebody, and they're like, I'm really sad today. And you could either be like, I don't care, or you could say, why are you sad? Or you could say, you know, something neutral, whatever, like try to change the subject. So there'd be 3 possible options in how you could respond. So then you, the user of Branchie, would say, okay, this is the morality challenge, and it has these 3 possible responses. And whenever you're creating your dialogue, you would decide, is this a pass-fail challenge? That is to say, did the player get past this line or not? Or did the player have 3 different morality options, and which one did they pick? And then these challenges, behavior to villager 1, behavior to blacksmith, these would be connected to that choice. So if you treated the blacksmith bad, maybe the sky is red, because the blacksmith is also the sky god. I don't know, okay? Whatever. Then that morality decision could affect that. Character skills. Oh yeah, so I even imagined it here with character skills. Like, let's say you're speccing your character. Like, are you an archer? Are you a barbarian? Are you a, I don't know, whatever. Are you a gun wielder? Okay, I don't care. Whatever you are, that could actually still work with this system. So if you're in the respec menu, it could ask what character skill or character type did the player choose, and it could pull that data. So this can really be used very flexibly in the project. Okay, so that is a nested reference, and then outcome also nested, but it's enums. At the end of any nest on the references, it's an enum. So what I would like to know is how did I decide to set up get as reference? Because I forgot. All right, so we gotta go to objects. Okay, let's go to objects. So we're gonna do this way. Null, basically, no, the code questions are the ones I'm most likely to respond to while I'm in my work mode, because it helps me even like lock in better. So the null, I just personally always find it really useful. Just as like a placeholder. So I can always have a bare minimum something in there. Or, you know, if I want to type something, but I don't know which one it is yet, I'll make it the null one. So that way it's not nothing. Just like a habit that I'm in, and then it also like takes up the 0 slot, so it's always like 1, 2, 3, 4 after that. So I found it useful for different reasons. Hopefully that kind of answers that though. How much you add in morality, or could I pull from that from a separate script? Could you pull from that from a separate script? How much could you add into the morality? Could you pull from that? I mean, the idea is that you would be able to access those morality results anywhere in your project, right? And if you wanted to adjust it, let's say you came up with a new moral option, you would go to the UI tool, Branchie, and you would add that in there. And then it would automatically update everything to ensure that it had that accounted for. I don't know exactly if that answers your question. Okay, so let's look at objects and see how that works. So this is a little different. This isn't set up like the references, even though we still do the dot nesting dot nesting, objects is set up differently. We don't just preload a script. We actually have it have a class name, and we instantiate a new version of that class. Don't even ask me how I figured this out. Like, it was just me trying different things. Just like trying a different way to get that dot reference. And then I just landed on these. And I can't remember. There was a very specific reason why this worked. I think it was for static types. I think because when I'm doing static types, this, for whatever reason, doesn't work. But this does. So it was just kind of me trying things until something worked. So yeah. So we create a new instance of this class. So let's go check out that class. So that is basically a script. It's just like the references, it's the objects script. And you can have multiple things in here. We've got region 1 right now. I could say static variable. Apparently we're making them static variables. Region 2, I found that variant was the only one I could get to be functional in all the ways that I needed. Again, this was just trial and error to see what Godot would tolerate, and variant worked out the best. I wanted something more specific, but that's what we got. So now if I do that and we go to over here and I type in brancho.objects now there's a region 2. So just really simple way to just get this autocomplete to get added in is kind of the idea there. Alright, so going back to Brancho objects, let's get rid of a region 2 for now. So then what is that? Now that nests in, so I'm going to hold control and I'm going to click on that script, which we preload and we create a new one. Again, I don't remember why, but you know, if I didn't do that, it didn't work as well. So I accept that that's what it is. Okay, so we open this up and now, right. Okay, so I set up these regions in here, and in Godot, you can do these code regions, which is just kind of a way to organize your code a little bit so you can collapse it, but I'm not really using it for organizational purposes. It is that, but it's mostly also for the automation or the serialization, right? So Branchie, the plugin, I'll have it look for this. It'll look for that line and this line. There'll be delimiters. This is the left side, this is the right side. And then it'll say, okay, I need, when the user updates the UI, or updates their project through the UI, I need to look between these 2 points and update what's in here, right? So that's kind of the purpose of this. That one doesn't really need much updating, but this one would. So there's a new challenge type that's connected to region 1. So in this case, the character skills challenge isn't, in this case, relevant to region 1. But let's say it is. Let's say if you're an archer, the whole region looks different. I don't know. Who knows? So then Branchie would look for this section right here and would automatically inject character skill challenge completed, or whatever it's supposed to be called. And that would be based on how the character, or the player, the user, it gets really confusing. Characters, players, and users. The way the user types it in, that's how it would appear here. But it would always be challenge completed. And then the outcome wouldn't be morality in that case. Again, this would be automated. The plugin would generate all of this. We'd put in character skills. So you can see it gets quite long, but that's what it would do. And then when you, as the user, set up your character skills, you would just make sure that it updates an outcome that happened. Okay, so let's add another area just for that example, right? We're nesting. Branchie will look for this. We got area 1. Let's say the player adds area 2, right? Now there's an area 2. You kind of get the idea, I think. But object, it's good just to make sure everything works the way I expect. Objects, Brancho, objects dot region 1 dot area 2. So now that's there, right? That would be the general idea. Okay, good. And so we can get nested into here, and it basically just keeps going. Now we're actually at get as reference, which was up here as well, but that's kind of all this one has. Oh, no, this has other stuff. Oh, we got right, objects from the object. Right, okay, this has more. I'm familiarizing myself with this. I gotta refamiliarize myself. It's been a while. Okay. Go back here. So this can have multiple objects in it. This is an example of what it looks like with multiple objects. We got get as reference. It's an area one. So that's what get as reference is always just the thing, right? There it's Sky 1, here it's Area 1, before that it's Region 1. So it's literally just a reference to that enum, so you can fetch it and use it and check things with it. Oh, look, this one. This one doesn't have any objects within it. So you're like nesting objects, you're putting things deeper in, further down. And that's not required, right? The weather is the end point. If you are a barbarian, the weather is better. I don't know, it's a beautiful day outside if you're a barbarian. Who knows? Whatever the player wants, or the user wants the player to experience. So I think I kind of get how this works at this point. So get as reference is just returning the relevant reference. Now I haven't set up any of the serialization for this yet, right? But today I do. I mean, I would like to. That would be nice. But maybe I'll try to set up the serialization today. How that stuff actually gets created by the plugin. Well, that's gonna be nuts. Okay, so in order to do that, I would need to generate each of these scripts. So this is something that I already have. We have a GD script creator and a GD script updater, okay? And if you remember from the beginning when I showed you when the user first activates the plugin, it creates all those folders and all the stuff within there. Or for example, if we come over here and we create a new thing, the cat is on screen, okay? As soon as I hit this plus sign, that GD script creator is going to make sure that the cat is on screen file exists. Let's make sure that we can see the cat fully. Reason I put live on there is because sometimes the cat isn't moving and people are like, is that real? And it's like, yes. This is a real cat, it's really there. So the cat is on screen. So I'm gonna press plus. Well, let me show you it not being there. Going down to convo. So we only have one file in here. We can probably see it in real time. So keep your eye down there on the file system. I'm gonna press this plus. Bam! Immediately it created the cat is on screen.gd. So that's what I would want to happen here. Whenever the user creates a new object, is what we're calling them, then the relevant object script would get created and it would name it accordingly, right? So sometimes Godot is like, hey, there's new files. That just has to happen. Press reload. So it would need to fetch the name that the user typed in, put it on there, prefixed with Branchie OBJ, and then it would need a template for what is going in there. Thank you! It is my color! Well, I had a, welcome Rosa, I had like a turtleneck sweater that I wore for a long time, but it got a hole in it, and so I stopped wearing it, sadly. But I decided to treat myself, and I bought some new tops, and I finally replaced it, and I'm so glad. Yes, thank you, Rosa, I appreciate that. I'm working on my branching narrative tool, and I'm trying to make a new way to serialize data. Thank you! I appreciate that, Rosa. I hope you're doing good, girl. Honest. Thank you. That's so nice. I wear a new top and you noticed. Okay, so but we don't just want to create that. We also still need, Lili is the cat's name. We also still need to create all the other parts. Lili. It's a lot to think about. It's a lot to think about. I don't know, again, I don't know how much of this I will be able to achieve today because there's a lot of moving parts. And by the way, obviously I don't have the UI yet. But if you want me to have the UI, a way you can help is by hyper smashing that thumbs up button if you're watching on YouTube. YouTube, press the thumbs up button if you haven't yet. Thank you for liking the stream. It helps a lot. More people find out about this, and maybe I'll get my UI made just because you hit like. I don't know if that's true. But what I'll do is thank you, YouTube. What I'll do is I will do a, just a rudimentary thing. We press a button and it just does it, right? We won't get too fancy with it to start with if I even get to that point. But this isn't even going to be the thing yet, because first I need to make sure that the old API looks like this. Now, what's a little challenging is the old API already works. So this stuff, this whole thing we just typed, the cat is on screen. As soon as I make these changes, that's gonna break. Which kind of sucks because it works. And so now I'm coming in and just saying, let's break it. Did she blink when I said her name?
You're okay, my love.
Yeah, that is a consideration. So like if I could keep the legacy way of it working, would be awesome. American SNES purple. Interesting. It's all a conspiracy. It would be great if I could keep it working in the meantime. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to do that. Yeah, because the references is nested. You can. It's just the convo data. The problem is the convo data. No, I think it'll be okay. No, it might not be. I might need to rename. Maybe we'll just give it a temporary name. So it'll be like convo references. What's gonna go in there exactly? I just gotta figure this out. Okay, so it just has so this dictionary, all that's in there is the reference and the UIDs. So we could even just say convo script. Just so that way it has a different name and I don't break the existing setup. That would be excellent. You want a hint for the next Game Like Jam? Okay. Here's your first hint. I'll give you all the first hint. I host a game jam, by the way. Let me pause the timer while I say this. I host a game jam every other month. It's called the Game Like Jam. We make games like other games. And the next one's going to be a horror game. That's not the hint, but it is true. The next one's going to be a horror game. We did Minecraft Classic for the last Game Like Jam. And we had some really, really awesome entries. I still have to get those prizes out, everybody. I'm sorry, I had a family emergency that I've been dealing with the last few weeks. I haven't gotten out those prizes, but I will, I promise. So that was the last Game Like Jam, if you want to check it out. But really, let me show you the next one. Because if you join that, you're going to find out what the theme is before anybody else. Because I'm going to send out an email a couple hours before the jam ends, or starts, which is in 5 days. In 5 days, the jam is gonna start. It's a month-long jam, so you have lots and lots of time to work on it. Don't worry. Here's your hint for the next one, okay? Appreciate that. The hint is, now there's gonna be a bunch of them, but here's the new one. 2D or 3D. What does it mean? So we know it's a horror game. 2D or 3D. It's a little cryptic, but that's the hint. Okay. Don't believe your chat. The next Game Like Jam is gonna be. Whoa, that would be sick. Wait, can we do it? Lego is scary though. Lego is very litigious. Video or game? Okay, it's a game. 2D game or 3D game? It's a game. 2D, 3D. Oh, I see why you're asking that. Well, I'm not confirming or denying that, because there are a lot of horror games that have like FMV, right? Like videos in them. Some of them 3D rendered, some of them live action. That's not what the hint is referring to. I'll give you that. The hint is referring to the game itself. 2D or 3D. It's a game. It's definitely a game. All right, let's get back to work. So, we want to keep the legacy the way that it works and add in a sort of new way for it to work at the same time. No problem. I can handle that. I think I can do that. We can do hard things sometimes, right? We're capable. Beside the janitor. You got it, Ryder? You know what the game is? What is it? Okay. So let's add this in here now. Now, I need to do a template. The way that this gets generated is it looks for a template. The template already exists, and that's right here. So in order for it not to cause problems, it has a different name. It's called Branchie template. That's the class. Whenever it gets generated by the plugin, what it does is it actually removes. Here, let's do it like this. It actually replaces in our code. It replaces Branchie template with Branchie. That way they don't conflict. Because if the template had the word Branchie in it, we'd have problems. If Branchie template wasn't present, there'd be problems. So that's kind of how that works in order to get that template copied over. So that's where I'm going to add in this new, so this is kind of legacy, right? Like this convo data will eventually be retired. But for now, we're going to add in our new convo scripts, which will be exactly the same, except we now have a references section. Now, one thing that I need to do is I need to make sure that we can still access this stuff. So let's say I update the plugin, right? I'm going to need to check, well, what version does the user have? So we're going to have this API version constant that will change, and it'll check. It'll say, okay, what version does the user currently have? What's actually the newest version? And then based on that, it'll update things that need to be updated. So everything that goes into this script needs to be parsable by the plugin so it can update. Let's say I rearrange everything, right? I need to be able to find it. So that's where we get into this stuff, right? So we can look at that region, and let's say I change this. We can say between these 2 points, update that stuff. So I don't know that I specifically have a section that makes sense for this reference and objects reference, although it would be conversations now. But I'm sure we can figure that out. API logic. So I see. So it opens with API logic, right? And then all the way at the bottom, it's going to close with API logic. So that way, if I needed to, I could just wholesale replace this entire section if it was a new version of the plugin, right? Okay, got it. So we want to make sure there, all of that would just get wholesale replaced if it was a new version. So that way we could update the version and whatever other changes happened. So we want to put it in here. We have the init singleton, which allows the user to even access the API in the first place. So that's pretty important. We should leave that. Oops, let's copy that. And in here, we're going to say, I don't know if these aren't really singletons, are they? I mean, they kind of are. Let's say, what, like access points? Access points. I don't know. For now, that's what we'll call it. And this is where I will put the Brancho stuff. Specifically, our objects and references. So back to the template, paste this in. We do want an object, that's true, but we'll also want a convos, right? Convos. And we can call this Branchie convos, which I haven't made yet, and that'll create Branchie convos new. And we'll need to make this references as well. Okay. So let's make Branchie convos. I'm gonna look for Branchie objects, and we just call it objects.gd. Okay. We'll want to rename that. So this is more official now. So let's put this in, close this. I'm gonna put this, so the cat's kind of in the way here. Excuse me, kitty cat. I have this Branchie internal folder. When you install the plugin, it creates this folder. The separate data over here is the user stuff. So if you delete this plugin, nothing will break because all of this will remain. So this is the separate internal stuff that the user should never ever touch. Okay, so in here is where I'd want to put, I guess, a template script, because we'd be generating the new script. So I think that would go in there. API template, condition template. How do I want to structure? There's a lot of moving parts to this chat. Like I said, it's not going to be fully functional by the end of the stream because this is complicated stuff. That is what it is. It's a different kind of template. Access template, access convos template. Let's call it that for now. And if I need to change it, we can change it. So script, I start everything with Branchie, so that way if the user is searching stuff in their project, they will always clearly see that it is not from their project, it's from my plugin. So Branchie access convos, that's the name we're gonna go with for now. Access convos template. All right, great. And let's paste this in here. Did I copy the whole thing? I did. And this would be called Branchie convos. All right. So this would be generated. But how will the plugin know what this format should be? Because the user will define what this is, what the thing is called, the convo name is. Right? That's determined by the user. It's gonna be long, isn't it? You almost want to have like a short version of the convo name, but yeah, that might not work either. It's gonna be long because you can type a pretty long convo name, and that's the downside of what I'm doing here, is you're gonna end up with some very, very long lines of code. I'm deciding to just let that go, and it just is the way that it is. So let's not worry about that. Let's just put the name in there as it is, and let that be okay. All right, and then that will generate what? Well, we don't know yet. Let's not think that far. That's too far ahead. I don't want to get that far ahead. For now, we'll just have it point directly to the existing convo script that we normally generate, which, by the way, is this. This is its own whole beast, a template that we will probably base some of what we're doing today on, and this is where all the data is, basically. How long is too long for Code and Godot? I don't think there is too long. But in terms of the standard, I mean, not this long. But if you want to look, Godot does have a style guide. I don't know if they talk about that. But in theory, you know, in coding in general, you know, having gigantic lines is probably frowned upon. But I just don't care. Godot style guide. Here. I love this page, and it's really useful. Again, you don't have to do the things that are in here, but it can be useful just for reference. And I usually try to keep an example of what this is implying around in my project so I can reference it. But I don't know if it talks about length. You can check it though. If they do talk about it, that's where they talk about it. All right, so this is the script that we'll just have as the reference, which we already, of course, we already moved that around the project anyway. So Branchie access convos template, Branchie convos. Okay, so I need to somehow define how it knows to create this. How do you want to do that? Well, we have this thing called GDScript updater. So there's a GDScript creator. What this will do is this will find that template that I just made, right? And it will duplicate it, rename the file, put it in the right place, and all of that stuff, and make sure the timing is such that it doesn't break the whole project and cause parser errors. That's what this does. But then there is the updater, and the updater is for once that file is created, how do we change stuff inside of there? So let me study how I had that set up so I can figure out what I'm supposed to do. Because again, it's been a while. Update script, we give it a file path, a template type, right, a content key. So obviously this is different now because we're not going to be just doing this convo, we're doing references. So that a lot changes. What we are setting the script to, like the new thing, not a variable. So what this is doing, this kind of confuses me, which is why I wrote so much about it. What this basically does is this ensures that if we are creating a variable, it types it as such. So if it is supposed to be a variable, let's say, for example, we're updating a number. So it's like, count integer equals 0, and we want to update it to 5, right? If I send set2 as a string, depending on how I set not a variable, it will make sure that it updates that count integer variable to a number, an actual integer, instead of a string. That's what this does. Numerator constructs the delimiter used to insert data that it has, right. So if it's like the second node, the third conversation, or whatever, it will like automatically make sure that it keeps track of that number. Oh, it's been a while since I looked at this. And then the template. Right. API templates. Why do we define that exactly? Oh, you can see so you can see there I use null, where I just have like a little default in there so it's not nothing. Right? And then I can check and I can say if it's not null, do things. If it is null, skip. Right? So that's where I like using that null. I wonder what that's for. And I didn't give any explanation for why I did that. Okay, so then that goes to update script string, which takes all the same parameters. Right there. If the API template is not null, it's going to find which so it needs to know which template to follow for when it's updating the code. Ooh, it's complicated. It sure does. Otherwise, we just assume. I mean, that's interesting. So if, that's numerator. Sorry, that's numerator. Wait, no, that isn't. That is API template. So if it is null, the template key equals in null. template type. Where does template type get? I see, I think. Remind me what template types are? API, Convo, NPC. So it just might not need IC. API template is not always needed, I guess. So there's the Branchie type or the Branchie element type. Conversation is an element. This would just be like the basic API. If we're updating, so that Branchie.gd, if I need to add, in this earlier case, the cat is on screen and then the UID, if I need that to be added in there, then the template type we would send along is Branchie. However, if we were doing the thing that this goes to, right, this UID, that's Branchie element. So in here, it would know, oh, I'm supposed to be updating something inside of here. That's the difference. If it's null, I don't even know. I kind of want to see like what, and if there's an example of that. Maybe I just do that as a safety. Okay, so anyway, so that's what that does. It looks for the delimiters. Remember I said it starts at one thing and looks at the other thing, and it updates what's in between, right? So that's how it's setting up that. Again, if we go to the API, where we see API/data, right? And it's got this like pound sign, hashtag, and then these brackets, these angle brackets. So that's always there on the left delimiter, the beginning of where it's looking for. Whereas on the end of it, that after that hashtag, that's where the angle brackets are. And it's just kind of like visually pointing to it. So this API/data, that gets constructed and that creates the template key. So it'll make sure it's got the hashtag, the template key that we put together, and then a slash, and then those angle brackets. So that way it knows what to look for. And then I have a little debug here for what it's checking in between, so I can make sure that it's working correctly. And then it will replace the data between there with something else. So that's how that works. Oh, the other cat wants to come in. She's not happy. Be nice to him. Be nice to him. Let him come in. I don't know if he'll actually be brave enough. She is the dominant cat in this house. And what she says goes.
It's okay, Lila. He's a good boy. He deserves to sit too. It's okay, good guy.
Sorry, I have to talk in cat voice.
It's okay.
Okay, so she's pacified. But will he be brave enough? Because he's just looking. She will. She's not like, you know, she doesn't like, you know, harm him too bad, but she can, and he knows that she can. So they've learned how to like scrap with each other in a way that results in no injuries. But he's a very sweet cat. But she will be ruthless if she has to be. And he knows that. So he's more on the defensive. He's just like trying to be careful. I don't think there's room for him. She is taking up the spot. I don't think he's gonna be able to figure it out, honestly. Because there's only so much room there. And there is just no room for him. Now she might give up. She might say, I don't want to deal with this tension right now. So she is a queen. So I'm going to just leave, and then he'll come. So they're kind of having like a cat conversation. You can't fully see it because he's off camera, but they're having a cat conversation right now. They're negotiating space. He's doing math. He's like doing cat math. Alright, well, I don't know if he'll make a decision anytime soon. But we'll see. Hey, Rogi, what's up? We shall see. We'll monitor the situation. And hopefully, she will have mercy on him. Okay, he's... Okay, I think I see what his move is gonna be. He's on the move. He has decided to go the back way. He is okay with maybe being a little further. So that she's keeping an eye on him. My guess is that he's aiming for the bed in the back, and that's where he's gonna settle. It's like a standoff. He does. I'm just like watching her sub ocean. What's he gonna do? You can go, you can get in there. She will spare. She's not in a good attack position, Trevi. She's laid out. It would take her a second to get to you. It is stressful. I apologize. Just go to the bed, man. You can make it. I believe in you. Okay. Where were we? We must check in with the cat drama. It's essential. It replaces that stuff, keeps track of it, makes sure it all does it correctly, blah, 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 blah. Just more making sure it doesn't do it wrong. Can I see a way that I actually call this? It's complicated. It's a lot. Like, we'll be lucky if I get one thing generated by the end of the stream. It's a lot of things can go wrong.
Be nice to him. He doesn't care about you. He just doesn't want to get hurt.
Had to use the cat voice. Okay, so where do I call update script? I call it in a lot of places. Not abstract graph node. Can we get a convo creator? Can we go here when we first create all the conversation? Oh, he chose to lie down there. All right. It's risky, but I think he's safe because there's that whole pole there. And I don't think she can get to him. Well calculated, Travi. Well done. Hey, Pun, welcome. What is that? That's a ravioli. That's a ravioli on the head. Okay, so here's an example of actually using update script. And this is whenever, I'm assuming we create the conversation the first time. Add new convo name and UID API to API. Oh, we still have the keyval creator. Okay, this is a whole other thing, is the keyval creator. And what this does is this is specifically designed to create an enum and then a dictionary and a key and value in there. So we will need this for the new convo scripts. It's so complicated, it really is. Very complicated. It's complicated stuff. Types enum, API path, but how does it know template scripts? Get API file. Oh, this is so much brain. It gets the file path, API templates Branchie, which is what we want to update. When we add a new conversation, we need to change a bit what happens here. So this is like the legacy version, right? Let me do a regen for this. Legacy convo creation. Just so I know that that's what this is. And that's a little more clear to me. Okay. And then The new version would be a little different. This new enum right there. New enum declaration. So here we say enum convo. So it's literally the code that gets written. We're creating enums like variables. But that's not exactly what it's going to look like. Instead, the new one, so I'm going to refactor this a little bit here. And I'm going to call this legacy new enum declaration. And we will create the new one. Call it new enum declaration, and instead it would be references.convo. But it would even be different. No, it would be that. No, that is what it would. Well, can I see the Brancho example again? Yeah, references dot. So that's the new version. But that wouldn't be enum anymore. That's the thing, Lise. It's different. In Branchie, see, it's enum. Oh, never mind. I'm tripping. Oh God, see how confusing this is? I'm tripping. That's wrong. That is wrongness. Deep incorrect. No, not true. This actually stays exactly the same. But where it updates it is moving from being on the base API, and instead it's moving to here, to our new references script. She said, I'm out. I don't want to be. That's usually her choice. She doesn't want to be around him. So she just says, you know what? You can have it. I didn't want to be here anyway. Oh, she's silly. All right. So I need to make sure that this references script gets created. That needs its own template. So we've got the access convos template now. But I'm going to also... She did, as long as she could. And I was going to get closer. See, he's like, yes! By the way, what they're getting closer to is a fireplace. There's a fireplace right there. And it's toasty. And so now he gets fireplace time. She kept it warm for him. Oh, man. Okay, create new script, and this will be Branchie references template. All right. And what that needs to look like is this, but empty. He was. His face is behind Godot. I'm sure he's like very happy though. He's smiling back there. Oh, let me fix this. Back to new. And then the new references template. Now it's not gonna have all that stuff to start with, right? Like that doesn't make sense. All this would be completely empty. How do we do it on Branchie? We just do it exactly that way. Well, no, it's not empty, right? Because we know those things will have something. Show me the Branchie template. You need to be looking at Branchie template because that's what we're kind of creating here. API template, this. Right here. Okay, so this is what we need to recreate, is all of this. So it's not really API data anymore, but I'm going to copy this anyway. It's complicated. It's so complicated. Especially keeping them both up. I'm going to call this is legacy Branchie data registry, because this is completely going to move. So it's legacy. That'll be my way of finding what I need to remove later. A fireplace made them chill, ironically. Go into the references template, paste this in, So I've got a couple extra like new ones in here, right? We've got, well, we don't actually need the variable now. And it kind of depends, doesn't it? The convo will be in enum. Start with one thing. Start with one thing. Don't do all this other stuff right now. One thing. We don't need any of this. It is literally just that. I don't even think you need this. I don't even think you need this because it's literally, I got one use. I don't think you need like any of this stuff. Well, how does it find the new convo key? Oh, so it looks for that. So what this should be doing is it's going to say, where in the template do I see enum convo? And when I find it, I will add stuff after it. I believe that's what this is doing. And then there's a dictionary version as well. So it's going to look, this is where we need the legacy, 100%. Okay, so let's come in here and we call this legacy, except for this one, the actual new one. This is where we say references dot is right there. And this, instead of data, we're renaming that to convo scripts. That's where that happens. All right. Because we're still looking for this. We're just changing where we look for it. Now that's here. So like in my mind, I don't know that we need any of this because I will just replace this whole script wholesale if we need to. Well, no, you can't do that, Lise, because the user might have different names of things. I don't think we need that. Don't worry about it. You know what? Don't worry about it, Lise. How about this? Don't worry about it. All right? Just do one thing. One thing. That's all we're gonna do. Keep it stupid simple right now. We can complexify it later. So that's the legacy Branchie registry, but now I need the non-legacy registry. Okay. And we'll close this here. We'll call all of this data for now. That'll be fine. And I'm gonna make this be convo. Actually, we'll just put convo scripts in there. Okay, that's where that'll go. So, because otherwise it's not legacy. Close. No, just. Okay, I think I forgot to save it. You know what? It happens. It happens sometimes. I've screwed that up. Wait, no, that's right. No, wait, hold on. Okay, that wasn't that bad. That wasn't that bad. I do that all the time. I hate that pop-up. You know why that happened, chat? Because Control S and Control W are right next to each other. I need to remap Control W. Anyway, it's not a big deal. Let's put this back in there. I do that all of the time. I accidentally press Control W and I'm pressing Control S. And then that pop-up comes up and I'm trying to like concentrate, so I'm just like, oh, I don't know, just go away. And then it actually just deletes everything I did. But we didn't do that much. Get rid of legacy, and that's the new thing that we're updating. Oh, but don't forget references. And now that references exists, can I include a value of type Branchie template convo as references.gd? I know, but I'm gonna need you to figure it out. Okay. Why not? Why you don't like that? Okay, we gotta go see what's going on over in Brancho. Here it's totally fine. It's got no problem with it. Why don't you like it here? Is my question. Because clearly it exists, and it knows it exists. Okay, here's what I'm thinking could be the situation. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to turn Branchie off. I'm gonna delete all of the files that we created. And I'm gonna reload, because I just wonder if it hasn't preloaded it yet. Maybe it's not like a tool, maybe it has to be a tool script. I wonder if that's what it is. Okay, we're gonna delete all this stuff. We don't need it anymore. I do need to close those conversation scripts that we made earlier. Don't save. Get rid of all this. Don't save. Don't save. Okay. Is this a tool script? It is a tool script. Alright. I'm gonna reload the project. I just wonder if the tool script hasn't had a chance to preload it. And that's why that's giving the error. That's my theory. My theory was wrong. Okay, alright. Heard? I hear you. Cannot include a value of type Branchie template convo as references.gd.convo. Branchie template.convo. Oh, are we... That's so weird. What does it mean? What does it mean? Oh, so you can see that whole error. Cannot include... This is the fun stuff. This is the fun stuff! Because I'm fighting Godot here. Like, I'm doing some stuff that maybe Godot never imagined someone would do. It works fine on the other script, but not here. So the references preload exists. It's there. It has a tool script. Convo is real. Is it because... Do we need to do this? References dot... Ah! Ha! We did it. We got there, though! Alright, so the problem was... It wasn't very clear, but the problem was that the thing in there didn't match that type. Weird error. Oh yeah, baby. Weird error. Probably Godot never expected that anyone would ever try to do such a thing. But here we are. So it didn't have a good error for it. Alright, let's go. Whew, that was close. So now that that's there, going back to the creator HBox, we have a reference to this, which is good. And down here, where we do the key val creator, this actually might be the same. The only difference is the API path, right? We don't want it to be that anymore, because that is going to Branchie API. Instead, I want it to go to references. That's what this needs to be now. Instead of API path, it's references path. That's the new thing. So I actually will include this in... No, I wouldn't include that in legacy, because you still have to update the API. So, no, that's not legacy. This is legit. And we'll call this references path. Okay, so now we've got template scripts, and we need to create a new API template. So that was just for the Branchie template, but now we have a new template, and that is the references template. References. Okay. And then what that's gonna do... What does that do? API templates. Okay, so if there is an API template that is requested, we need to make sure that the serializer knows how to find that template, right? So I created the references template, which is right there. So I'm gonna go get the UID for that so we can put it in there and it can find it. Copy the UID, go back to, is that template data? No, template scripts? Yes, okay, template scripts. So we say API templates dot references. So if that is the one that it finds, so it knows where the script is, we say that that's where you find it. Is there anywhere else that we look for this? Yes, placeholders. So this is just the things that it will replace by default every time it goes in there. I actually don't know that there is one, because this doesn't have a class name. For the Branchie, remember I said that it replaces Branchie template with Branchie. It needs it. It needs to replace something. It needs to replace something for this one. But it doesn't actually need to do that. So I'm not... I guess I could make it templates, references, but I don't really need to put anything in there that I can think of at the moment. Perhaps there will be something, but for now, there's no placeholders. Okay, anything else that belongs in there? 7 minutes, and then we'll be taking a break. I'll be hanging out, chatting, playing a game or something. Serializer. Also that. Okay. 7 minutes, 7 minutes. Let's do this. 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7. Get script template. So it looks for all that. Template path. Get the placeholder. So really we would just kind of skip it, right? Like we don't need, if it's set to null. Wait, what is it doing if it's set to null? It's like doing special stuff. What is your special stuff? If it has a placeholder type, placeholder... I feel like we might want to say that? I don't know. I just don't remember. Well, we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. When the error happens. Alright, so back on the HBox here, we need to put the references path into the non-legacy convo creation. The new one. So there already is a convo number, that's true. So this becomes legacy convo number. It's actually gonna be the same though. Man, now I see why it wasn't great that I set it up that way. Whoops. Okay, I gotta set this up differently. That was a mistake. Because see, I have it run this, and then it updates the convo number. And I always kind of was like, this is not good. I don't know why I shouldn't do this, but I know I shouldn't. And now I see why. Because now I've co-opted setting this variable and mandated that happen here. So let's do this a little differently. What I'll do is we will set convo number down here. Convo number, integer. Well, no. You want to define it up here. Okay? Right? And then here we would say convo number equals created number. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. And then that's what this equals. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Waste of time. Don't do that. Just do this. You see? That's all you gotta do. But it's gonna do both, Lise. You don't want it to do both. It needs to do one or the other. So I guess I need to know whether I'm testing the legacy. Oof. Man, keeping an old system while making a new one. Oh man, okay. It was kind of crazy making. So that would mean I would need some kind of debug. Well, what if she's commented out for now? But what if I'm showing a demo? What if someone comes through and they're like, what are you making? And I want to explain everything. You know, I need a way to be able to like toggle that. All right. So here's what I'm gonna do about that. I do have debug stuff, actually. And that's actually built into the tool itself. So I've got Branchie, menu item API warnings, manage node inputs, pop-up menu option row panel container. Maybe this? This is a whole other thing to go down, path to go down. Menu, pop-up menu, manage. Basically, I do have debug tools, and I'm just looking for where I set those up. And I need to make a little checkbox. Let's search for it this way. What if I search for the word debug? I think that'll actually be easier. Menu item debug. There we go. That was easier. Okay. Oh! That is and that isn't the right place. That's just for the style. Debug items. Okay, here is where we need to go. Okay. So there's a debug menu. And we have clear less. So this is only things that I would use. Hey, what's up, Crillionaire? Welcome. Okay. Rules are made to be broken. Oh, yes. Yes. I agree. The law of Demeter, I am just totally allowing it to be. But the thing is, look, if I'm aware, the good thing about those rules, right, is like I can now look at what they say, why they warn against using the law of Demeter, and then I can make sure I don't fall into those traps, right? Okay, add item. The new one is going to be, and this would actually be a checkbox, which is super annoying to set up, actually. But, but I do want one of those. We have to add a check item. So this is going to be a whole thing. I need this debug. So like I said, chat, today, it's just going to be a lot of stuff. But it's going to be good progress. So we actually want to add a check item to the debug menu. My timer's about to go off. It'll make some noise. And this new is going to be, what? Oh no, it's overtime. This will be use legacy convos, or create legacy convos, maybe is what we'll call that. And so in order for that to make sense, I'll have to create this, create legacy convos, and I'll just show you what this generates here, and then we'll take the break. Create legacy convos. So now that's not gonna get angry at me. I do also have to have that like do something, right? Like if we press that, it then needs to run a function. Which is just a whole other thing. It's a lot of things. It really is. Where did I do the check item signal? On settings item pressed. Here, give me this. And we're gonna say on debug item pressed. If that item is debug items, and then the new one I just created, create legacy convos, We do all the index things. Debug. Debug. Same thing. I did these enums because otherwise, let me tell you, Godot just wants you to put in numbers for this stuff, and it's very hard to look at. Debug. That's why I got enums here. Debug, and then we don't need this. Alright. Oh my goodness. So that should add the new option, and let me show you what that looks like. So if I create, or I enable the plugin, so right up here in the plugin, we've got these menus where things are. And so now we've got create legacy convos, which we would check or not. And in theory, by unchecking that, we could be testing this new thing. So, all right, here we go. Yeah, the noise is a little quiet. It's a very quiet noise. I need to turn the volume up on it because I made this timer tool and I made the volume too low. Better too low than too high though. Some of you can hear. If you have a bassy like speaker, you'll hear it. All right, all right, all right, all right. Break time, break time, break time, break time. It's break time, it's break time. Ooh, that's a lot of intense stuff. Please do me a favor and could you please make a commit before we fully launch into the break. Thank you. Begin new convo system. Begin new convo system. Alright. We'll just commit that. And push it. Alright. I'm here. Oof! I'm gonna take a bite of some lentil soup. Oh my goodness. Huh. It's a lot. There's just a lot to disentangle. And if I'm not working on this like every day, it's just really easy to forget like everything. But I tried. I'm proud of myself because I feel like I left enough clues in the code and I'm like familiar enough with the way that I code things to be able to figure it out again when I come back, you know? And even though there's a lot that I didn't, I actually still don't know how it's gonna work. I have faith in my process to figure it out as we go. Solve the errors and all that whatnot. So we'll see. Time certainly will tell. You got work? Nice, nice. I hope work goes the best it can. You don't have to clock in for an hour and a half. See, I don't need comments. Hey, I do got some comments. I got some comments in there. I got the regions. I got all kinds of comments. I had documentation comments. I'm starting to appreciate using comments, okay? Starting to appreciate. Updated your game, nice. You got what, peer-to-peer set up? Campaign mode, yes. What's up, Dazo? All right, let me roll back, make sure I didn't miss anything important. Where did we leave off? Okay, I think we were over here. Tim Curry, that's what we're talking about. What's VIP for rest of stream? Oh yeah, so on Twitch, there is a new redeem. I don't recommend using it during a non-member stream. I don't recommend using it. I want a YouTube version, but it's gonna take some time to get it set up. But basically, what it will let you do is, I'll show you. So it's right here. Go to your channel points. Come down here. For 10,000 channel points, you can unlock VIP for the rest of the stream. On Mondays, I do a stream that is exclusive to people who are Twitch subscribers, paid YouTube members, or paid patrons. If you have 10,000 channel points on Twitch, YouTube doesn't have channel points, and making one, unfortunately, cannot be calculated in the same way that Twitch does. So it'd have to be like chat messages, pretty much just chat. How many chat messages have you sent? Whereas Twitch calculates points based on how long have you been watching. So I'd have to come up with a different system. And you would still have to watch on Twitch. So I would have to make sure that watching on YouTube gets you the access to watch on Twitch. I'm working on it, but I wanted to set this up as soon as possible now. So if you redeem this, don't redeem it today. Wait till Monday. Because what it will do is it will give you the VIP role. And if you have the VIP role, you will be able to watch the paid stream for the rest of that stream. So basically, this is a free give me a paid stream if you have 10,000 channel points to spend. But don't spend it now. Unless you just want, it'll give you a pink box. You'll have a pink box. If you want to spend 10,000 points and having a pink box, you can do that for the rest of the stream. But the real value is for getting access to the Monday thing. Yeah, okay, so that's the other, really, Vinge? Oh my god, I never noticed that. I hate that. You're right. That's awful. YouTube, man. YouTube tries, doesn't it? Here's what I think with that. First of all, it's not very useful. Because there's no API for fetching the top fan list. Right? So, we can look at this, but it's also not based on viewership. It's based on messages sent. Once again. So we can track that on our own. I don't need YouTube to track that for me. Right? But even then, I wouldn't be able to access YouTube's versions of it, because YouTube is just... No, I didn't even notice that. YouTube is very secretive with their API access. Or at least, they don't have much. So anyway, I'll make sure there's a YouTube version at some point. But we'll see. Are you self-taught or computer science major? Self-taught. YouTube does not suck. I like YouTube. I like watching on YouTube. They just don't have the same amount of robust, you know, interactivity set up for live streams like Twitch does. Nah, hard disagree. I like watching on YouTube. I do. All the platforms have their problems. It just kind of comes down to preference, you know? Need to make a Pennywise 3D sculpt? Why? You need to. You just need to. I see. Good enough reason for me. You gotta do it. You gotta do what you gotta do. I get that. Wait, Tim Curry voiced Nigel Thornberry? Is that what you're implying? I didn't know that. A Tim Curry game. A Tim Curry Dolly Parton game. We talked about the mascot. We talked about Null. I think we talked about this. Talking about that. Cat name is Lili. The other cat name is Travi, by the way. The one who's on there now. Combines with Godot. Godot monochromatic. Hints, we talked about the hints. Lego Island would be dope if I wasn't scared of Lego. They're very litigious. The game will be a game, or not a game. Do you have any guesses? The clues are, it's a horror game, and then 2D or 3D. It's a little bit of a riddle clue for the next game, like Jam. It's a bit of a riddle clue, so you gotta you gotta figure it out, what it means. 2D or 3D? What does it mean? For the uninitiated, by the way, I'm on break mode right now. For the next 30 minutes, I'm just chilling. Give my brain a break. And then I'll get back to hardcore dev for the next 80 minutes after that. To be or not to be? 2D or 3 to be? Yo, Mr. D-Boy, what's up, Raiders? Hello. You dropped in on our break mode. I'm taking a 40-minute break. There's 30 minutes left. You like this timer I have up here? This timer I made in Godot. And it lets me, I can pause it and stuff. It lets me keep track of the stream so I don't stream too long. And then it also communicates what we've done. So we did 83 minutes of dev. I went 3 minutes over. And we're right here. And then we'll do more dev after that. And then we'll take a break. And then we'll do more dev. Well, if you got a raid and run, that's okay. But how was your stream? Mr. D-Boy, by the way. The last game that I know that you made was Mr. Farm Boy. But maybe you have other games that you've released since then. I haven't checked in with you in a minute. Actually, let's just go to Steam. Let's just open Steam. Let's do it. But if you want to drop some links, share what you were working on. If you're sticking around for a second, please do that. You are more than welcome. My Steam is always super laggy on here. I don't really know why. But I don't approve of it at all. Isn't that so weird that it acts that way? Who does it think it is? And look, it's wow, it's when I click it. Isn't that so weird? It's so buggy. Alright, Mr. Farm Boy. There it is. Oh, a supporter pack. What's in the supporter pack? There's Mr. Farm Boy. Look at this game. Well, if it seems like when I make it full screen, it doesn't like it when I make it full screen. What is that? What is that? Who knows? Wow, I can't even make your game full screen. Oh, it's my plugin. It's my timer. I just moved my timer and it fixed it. Interesting. I might have to look into that. Look at this. Look what you can do. You can make a colony of farmers. You can make a literal plantation. Mr. Wonder Boy. What's Mr. Wonder Boy? Working on game 2. It's called Mage Boy Kappa. Mr. Mage Boy. Is it coming soon yet? It's not even. It's super exclusive. Wow. Wow. Oh, Mr. D-Boy's on YouTube too, by the way. So you make sure you all have a link to go hang out with Mr. D-Boy on YouTube. I'm working on a branching narrative tool. Actually, yeah, so it's not just dialogue, it's also right there you go, YouTube. It's also things that happen in the game. So if you rob somebody's house, my plugin will notice that, or my plugin will help you make sure that gets noticed and then affect things you want it to affect in the game. For example, people will try to attack you or something because you did that. or your morality score goes down or something. And I'm just kind of doing like a very deep refactor of it, which is, you know what? It just is what it is. It just is what it is. Hope things are well with you too, Mr. D-Boy. Thanks again for the raid. Welcome, Frozen OK. Welcome, DB9 Dreamer. What's up, Char? You had a similar monitoring issue where your VTuber screen would freeze as soon as you set a Steam game to full screen, so you had to set your games to window. I mean, Steam is weird. Like, it doesn't have like a normal title bar. I didn't really look at Gamescom. I did see a bunch of stuff. I saw Mega Man. I remember seeing a Mega Man somewhere, and that got me a little excited just because I played Mega Man when I was a kid. But I've always been kind of like I'm too cool for things that are cool. Not like intellectually, just like effectively. Really, I'm just lazy and I don't want to spend all the time to figure everything out. But I'm self-righteous about it. I'm like, you know what? I don't even care. Really, I'm just lazy. Did they put it on this website? So I can just like see it all without watching this whole thing? Witcher, Daisy, Forza, some kind of sports thing, Road Kings, Persona, Revival, okay, alright. Castlevania? Whoa, there's a new Castlevania game? That's crazy. Seriously? Is that real? Wow. And is it like... Whoa, this looks sick. Wow. It kind of, like, the art style is almost giving Hollow Knight a little bit. This looks so cool. I'm glad that they're not, like, doing, like, the 3D thing. And they're even kind of going a little past the pure retro vibe as well. This has got to be like Silksong type vibes. Like just Silksong and Hollow Knight proving that like there can still be good side-scroller platformers that people want to get. That's really cool. We love to see that. Gamescom page is also on Steam. Persona 4 Remake. Mega Man was hard. It was hard. Definitely. Indie Arena booth. Okay. Lumentale. Construction Simulator. Thomas and Friends. Gallipol. Okay, but you said on Steam? It's better. Where do I even find it? How do you even find things? Here? Lego Skylines. What is that? What does that mean? Like city skylines? Wait, is it City Skylines but Lego version? It's so smart. What a smart collaboration. That's gonna be a hit right there. This is gonna be like the kind of game that kids growing up will like be nostalgic for. Wow. That is so smart. Good move, Lego. Well done. Oh, there's a Mega Man. Dual Universe. Override. I don't know why I thought that said the word universe, but I did. And I stand by my mistake. Because I'm not ashamed. This is the most teaser trailer I've ever seen. Yeah, it's giving SimCity, right? It's like, or even like roller coaster. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be like, it's gonna be legendary. I hate trailers like this. I mean, they can get away with it because it's friggin' Mega Man, right? But it's like, come on, I want to see what the game is. Show me the game. Okay, still some time left. Wow, going back to 2D. Are we having a side-scroller renaissance right now? Wow. The art style is very, like, kind of, I don't want to say kid-ish. Maybe like, it's cute. I like that it's cute. Maybe when I was a kid, I didn't realize that it was already kind of like kiddish. But I think in my mind, I always imagined Mega Man being like cool. But it looks solid. Wow. It looks like a Mario Kart level. Yeah, I don't really like side-scrollers either. But a lot of people do. And Castlevania, Mega Man, like, they became legends because of their side-scroller gameplay. So when they keep trying to reinvent those games as 3D or in some other format, maybe they're realizing that that's not the way to go. That they should do the thing that made them legends, especially when, again, you see things like Silksong that are doing so well, like you might as well, you know. What are we waiting for? Why are we the ones who created this damn genre? Why are we the ones who aren't capitalizing on Silksong's success? Fools that we are. So I think it kind of makes sense. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna play it, but it's cool to it's cool to see. If it were like 3D, I would probably try it. but I think it's smart. I think it's a smart move for them. We may not be the audience, but somebody is. Is this Guitar Hero? There's some pretty serious things happening here. Wait, Red Octane. Is it the Guitar Hero like? Wait, I might have to mute this if it's got real music. It sounds like a real song. That's a real song. Mute it. I know that song. I think it's a Motley Crue song. We must stop immediately. It sounds close enough to a Motley Crue song. I'm probably gonna get in trouble just for that. Let's go! Bring back Guitar Hero, baby! Wow. Dude, if I get in trouble for that, I'm gonna freak out. What is this? Well, it's like they're trying... Are they just trying to bring back the 2000s? And then all the bands, it's like 90s, 2000s, 80s bands. What's happening? It's so weird. I mean, maybe I'm just clicking on those, and there's plenty of new stuff that I'm just not clicking on, but It seems kind of like a thing, right? No, me neither. Me neither, Codinator. Guitar Hero like Game Jam? We could. Actually. I mean, it's just a rhythm game, right? So it would just... We could pick any rhythm game. Honestly. When you think of Mega Man, you think of the really ugly American box art. Oh, it was ugly. It was like a guy. It was just like a guy. Lego Sims? Whoa, Lego Sims! I love that. Let me lose 25 kilograms, grow my hair back, and get my skinny jeans on GG. You deserve that. How much time we got left before it's dev time? By the way. 15 minutes. Hitman roller coaster. No! A roller coaster tycoon! Okay, something is going on. They have all conspired to make this happen. This is wild.
Build the next great theme park. Are you ready to become a tycoon?
I don't know, maybe. It looks good. It looks correct.
With a little imagination and a lot of ingenuity, you have the privilege of
We
transforming
got cute little
these
people.
mundane patches of dirt into unforgettable thrills. Customize every setting. Hike up every price.
It looks the same.
And charm
Nostalgia
a whole
fest.
new generation
Yeah.
of guests.
Yes!
Keep the
Burn it down!
tip-top shape, will you? So, are you up for this brand new challenge? Do you have what it takes to become the next great roller coaster tycoon?
Yes.
Coming soon to early access.
What is happening? What is happening? The nostalgia is so real right now. Nostalgia is so in. Are they just out of ideas? Turok? Turok? That was a morphin. What time am I in? Where am I? You're right, if we were 12 again. Where was this when we were 12? I guess they were making the originals. Turok obscure? I don't know. At least not in the United States. It wasn't. Only people with money are like 35. Well, yeah, that's actually a good point, right? Like millennials are like growing into like the, I don't know, the market. Like we're like the market now. We are adults. And we reject new things. We reject Fortnite. We want it like it used to be. I mean, there's a lot, PlayStation getting rid of discs. There's a lot going on where bad things are happening that are changing gaming in ways we don't like, right? Live services, all that kind of stuff. And we've like expressed that frustration a lot. So maybe this is them finally trying to like react to that and be like, no, we're cool. We get it. Yeah, I saw that, Derek. I saw that. We just looked at that. Dino Crisis 2, probably. It's dinosaurs. It's dinosaurs. It was like Jurassic Park, era type capitalizing. 90s, 2000s. All right, what's the next one? I'm just ready. Path of Exile. It's kind of. I mean, it's less, but kind of. Wow. Rayman. That's kinda. I'm just skipping over everything I don't recognize. I am. Crazy Taxi. Whoa. Wow. Yeah, Rayman's cool. No, Rayman's cool. Rayman is cool. I love platformers. I do. I prefer 3D, like, 3D ones, but... Oh God, stop it, stop it. No, 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 I'm gonna get in trouble. Jesus Christ, with the music. Stop putting music in here. What are streamers gonna do? Lose all their money. No, Rayman is cool. Rayman is cool. This does look pretty crazy. What franchise have we not dug into for 20 years? I'm very interested to see like how this plays out. You know, like if which of these are flops, which of these are really successful. They're probably all gonna like have like a minimum return. It's very much, it reminds me of like the film industry. I don't know if I think this is a great direction. Like it probably is, but it's like the film industry where they just keep like, you know, making sequels, because they know it's going to give them a minimum return of money. It scares me a little bit, but if we, the players, are happy, you know, maybe it's not so bad. Wow. Wow. Final Fantasy. Nice. Exodus looks cool. It's very controversial for no reason, but it looks cool, because I love Mass Effect, and I feel like this game has Mass Effect vibes. Final Fantasy XP. But I think a lot of people are making this into like content they can farm.
Figured we could talk, since you're part of the team now.
Why?
Want to understand how you see.
Oh, Warhammer looking. I see that.
I hunt. You pay. This is a
It looks just like Mass
That answers
Effect.
that.
It looks like the same.
We're getting to know each other. You local to Persepolis, or you from somewhere else?
somewhere else.
If I come into money unexpectedly,
Salt.
I would probably
You have a most
I would probably
impressive
get this game.
reputation. We were surprised to hear that you accepted the
Bollywood
permanent
sequels?
position with the human team.
Just trash and nostalgia traps.
You fear me, envy.
I hope that this isn't that.
I'm responsible.
I hope it has real choices. It's just so important to me
Selfish
that we have real choices. I don't know what Nightbot's talking about. Nightbot is tripping.
I will join.
Because Mass Effect is like kind of watching a movie you can play, but really you don't,
You've been away for a long time.
you can't change the ending that much. A little bit, but not much.
From your planet? From your people?
I want a game where like you really make changes. So I'm trying to make that game. That's why I'm working on a branching narrative tool today. You know, I haven't played Expedition 33. Does it? Does it give you like really powerful choices you can make? All I know is that people die when they turn 33, and everyone loves it, but nobody likes the parry system. That's what I know about Expedition 33. Oh, okay.
Time is our great enemy.
Octopus in a mech suit!
But we must always have hope.
Yeah, I see that. Gears of War. Wow. Wow. There's so much. What am I gonna do? Keep up with it all? I gotta catch up with chat. I've been missing tons of stuff. We only got 6 minutes. I gotta do speed round chat right now. Before we get back to work. Gears of Mass Effect. You like the parry system? That's just all I've heard. People just like, I don't like the parry system. Okay, where did I leave off? Pressing caps. Rogi's just yelling over there about something. Paper Mario horror. 2D 3D. That's the clue for the next Game Like Jam. I host a Game Jam, if you don't know, if you joined us from the raid. Every other month, it's called the Game Like Jam. And it's supposed to help you, like, actually finish something, because you don't have to come up with this new, wild new game idea that's never been done before. No, actually, why don't you just make something that's been done before? How about that? And so we did Minecraft Classic for the last one, Pac-Man before that, and we've done a bunch. Wolfenstein, we did the original Rogue. That was fun. I've actually been playing a Rogue game, a roguelike, a lot lately. It's been fun. We should play that. Wait, that would be fun. Anyway, so the next one is starting next week, and the only things that you know is that it's a horror game, and then I have a mystical, esoteric clue. 2D or 3D? What does it mean? You'll find it, and trust that when it's announced, you'll get it. It'll make sense. I promise. Make something that's been done before. It's a current trend. Exactly, right? We're just jumping on the trend, obviously. 2.5D. I'm not gonna confirm or deny if it's 2.5D. How many horror games can you think of that are 2.5D? I wouldn't even know what that would be. Or do I? You'll never know. Oh, and then there's the jam, if you want to join it. Everyone who joins gets the theme a couple hours early. I always say a couple, and then I do it like an hour and a half, because I'm like, oh, that's too early. Video or game. Little Nightmares. Ooh, good guess. Wow. Hint 3, it'll be a game, not a game. Resident Evil Guided Mechanic. You had to look up the name. Maybe. Resident Evil Soul Ring Hunter 7, The Light of the Bookshelf. Maybe. I don't know if that's a real thing. But maybe. Did you know you can do... What's up, Huya Day? Variable equals variable 2 the same way as variable equals... What are you saying? What does that mean? Variable equals... Like, do you actually use the parenthesis? It's called Brogue, Ocean. It's called Brogue. I really, really like it. It's super fun. And it's, like, really well made. Like, obviously the name just made me be like, is this only for bros? Because I don't think it's for me. Like, so, just so you know, yo, when I say roguelike, I mean, like, it's a serious roguelike. This isn't, like, Hades, okay? This is, like, no, it is like Rogue. Brogue. It's free open source software, by the way. And it's like classic Rogue stuff. And you like swipe to move around. And it's got all these steps. And it's very classic. It has like an inventory in the classic way and everything. Sorry it's so red, I have nightlight on. So, you know, you've got your inventory and stuff. It's awesome. It's really fun. It has like a surprising amount of detail. I recommend it. You know, if you like that really, really classic Rogue experience, like you have to like that. Roguelike, not roguelite. Yeah, very, very roguelike. Does Doom count? Does Prince of Persia count back in the day? Yeah. I'm trying to think now. Wait, what are you asking the questions for? I don't know what that means, Huya Day, but that's very interesting. Fireplace has always been the DMZ in our house for cats. They would battle anywhere else, but the fireplace made them all so chill. I don't know what DMZ is, but hell yeah. Yeah, they're chill. I mean, you know, she will fight back if she feels like she has to. Meta settles 18 billion. Wait, what is this? What is this? What is this clip you have done? To our new references script. She said, I'm out. I don't want to be. It's just the cat right there. Look at that. Script. Look at that shot. She said, I'm out. I don't want to be. That's usually her choice. She doesn't want to be around him. To our new references script. I love her like walking towards the camera. I don't want to be. That's usually her choice. She doesn't want to be around him. So she just says, you know what? And then him moving into place. I didn't want to be here anyway. Oh, she's silly. I feel like you got that part too. All right. Make sure that the access console. There he goes. There he goes. And I was gonna get. He's like, now I have permission. Cheers, Frank. By the way, what? Oh God, that's so loud. Okay. Oh my God. That means the break is over. That's what that horrifying sound was. That means the break is over. That's what that means. It is very basic. Very basic. Okay, let me catch up with chat real fast. We'll do overtime as we need to. Oh, we kind of already caught up with most of this. You got a comment for me? You rocking or kicking butt? Thanks, Anjack. You're adding co-op? Whoa, Sod, seriously? You're adding co-op into your game? How? Like, you're making, so Sod is making like a 2D MOBA, and it's really cool. So there would be like a ship, like you both could control any of the lanes. I guess that would work. That sounds awesome. Sod is a future game dev star. But yeah, writer, I'm self-taught. Literally, the first time I started like coding, did I make that a command yet? I don't think I did. I should. The first time I ever coded anything is a live stream. If you want to see how I learned how to code, it's right there. It's right there. In case you're having a hard time winning any match, you can ask for your friend to help you. So like in the middle, that's awesome. So you could play by yourself and then someone join. I love that. Love that. The recent changes on YouTube irks you? They're now counting a view on the first frame of the video. Oh, I saw that, which is how it used to be, and now they've switched back. I don't know if I care. Why is that bad? Tell me why that's bad. Just like give me the take. I kind of just stopped caring about anything because at the end of the day, like I just want to be here, chat. Like I just want to be here. But I am kind of interested. Like views, numbers, I don't care. I just don't care. I don't give a crap. Like I just want to be here, do my thing, say hi to Ray when Ray comes. You know? Y'all make it worthwhile. Not number go up. You have to be careful what you watch or else they label you a child and you can't get out of it without them giving your ID if they never change. Oh yeah, that's true. That is bad. Yeah, I mean, they have bad things. So does Twitch. You know, if you try to like moralize a platform, you're gonna be disappointed or be leaving something out. Unlike Godot, yeah, I just showed up and I was like, I don't know how to code, everybody. Can somebody help me? And you helped me. But no help now. No backseating anymore. Tutti or fruity? Definitely fruity. Alright, I think we pretty much caught up at this point. Oh wait, Char says, I had a similar... What drug does this developer take? A game where you play as Truckun and run people over? Okay. I had a similar monitoring issue where my VTuber screen would freeze. Oh, we talked about that. Yeah, we talked about that. Credit score goes down. Persona remakes. Mega Man was inspired by Gundam. I could see that. Will it get into reinstalling your operating system? The thing we mentioned before after you finish your streaming setup? So to reconfigure everything? Oh, Char, just stream, Char. You're ready. Just live stream. All right. Oh, I'm so scared for you. That can be a really big deal. All right, let's do dev. Let's do some dev, baby. Not in the middle. You need to give a code to your friend to join and play the match if you want to play. I see. That's pretty cool. I can't wait to try it. I play games on Monday, by the way. Before the paid portion of the stream. If you join the Patreon, there's a free portion of the stream that you can get access to. I don't know why Nightbot is not interested in telling you about it. Is it not called join? Nightbot is asleep, everybody. Site? Is it site? It's site. There you go. That's the one. Every Monday I'll play a game, so you can join a queue. You could submit it. I play 4 games a week on Mondays, but you do have to join the Patreon for free if you're interested. All right, let's do this. It's dev time. So I'm gonna do 80 minutes. I won't be as trek-uppy. So what I'm working on is this branching narrative tool. And this branching narrative tool lets me serialize code. So what I want the user to be able to do is sit down, write a story, and then the code is created. And they don't have to worry about, writing and then taking that writing and turning it into code. It does it for you. So for example, Mr. D-Boy rated us. I'm gonna create this and I'll show you what happens as soon as it gets created. So right here in this folder in Godot, okay, if you're familiar with Godot right here, this is empty. It's an empty folder. As soon as I create this conversation, it will create that file. And we do have some issues because I'm in the middle of making some changes and it's a little upset with me about some of the changes that I made here. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Hopefully that won't break it. But I'm in the middle of refactoring some stuff, and that's just the way it is. I'll see you later, Sod. And remember, if you want to get my attention, you can always do this goodbye. There you go. There you go. All right, sleep well. Good night. Good night, Sod. And those work on YouTube too. It'll just let you ping me so I notice. So if I create a new dialogue bit, we can say Sod is going to sleep. Okay? We open this up and it's errors everywhere. But don't worry about that. It's serialized Sod is going to sleep. So it directly takes the input here and it turns it into code that then can be pulled from an API by the user. So that's kind of the basic concept. Yeah. Now there's errors because I've decided I want to refactor how conversations are serialized and pulled from the API. And so a few things are a little broken, but it's not a big deal. We can fix it. Curious, what is the error? Mr. D-Boy rated us is already in this enum at line 10. Oh, it tried to add it to, oh, I see why. So the reason, that's actually not even a big deal. The reason it did that is because I'm making a legacy convo creation. So I want to keep the old way that it worked. So that way, I can show you when I need to tell you how things work. And then I'm making a new version of it as well. But since there's 2 of these, it tried to add that enum twice, and that created the error. So that's why, right before the break, I started making a debug thing. And that debug thing will just be, so this is the plugin, right? It's got like these menus. I don't know why it shifts over when you click on it. It's not supposed to do that. It's okay. We don't worry about that right now. So we hit this debug. We have this create legacy convos. This doesn't do anything, but you can check and uncheck it. I would like this to actually allow me to run the new version, which will be very broken, or the old version as it was, so that way I can be like, here's how my plugin works. So now that I've made that checkbox, let's make it matter. It shouldn't be that hard. We just need to check, we just need some way to check what its state is. I don't exactly remember how I set up the access of that. There is going to technically be like a JSON file that saves all the settings. But, I mean, you know, I don't really want to deal with all that right now. I just want a simple debug thing. So we can check it, and when that gets checked, it's going to do this down here somewhere. Here. But how does that translate into interpreting it? I don't think I've set up any interpretation yet. I'm sure... Yeah, write to settings JSON later. Okay, so that... to do! Well, how do we deal with it in the meantime? In the meantime, get item index is checked, set item checked. And then we flip it. Set item check enables, disables the item. When it's disabled, it can't be. So what if we ask the actual menu bar what its state is? Which I assume we can check somehow. So this is the menu bar sort of thing class in Godot. Get item text index. We have a get check state or something. Get ID, get indent, get item index. I mean, you could probably do get item index and then from there figure out if it's checked. But I'm not exactly sure. Is item checked? Let's go. Okay. And we just need to give it the index. All right. But obviously that has to go on the pop-up menu. All right, so that's gonna be index 3. Okay, we can do this, or next 2. Hey, what's up, Let Me Flix That? Welcome back, good to see you. Appreciate that. What's new? I'm working on my branching narrative tool, and I'm refactoring it a little bit. A lot. Also, there's a new timer up here for making sure I stay locked in. So I'll say hello to people, I'll say goodbye to people, but for the most part, I'm locked in. So if it seems like I'm ignoring you, that's why. But we're in this section right here, the dev section. Before that, took a 40-minute break. I'll take a 40-minute break after this. So those are new things. Yeah, so I'm setting up some debug to be able to preserve the old pre-refactor version of my plugin, and then test the new refactored version of my plugin. And I'm just sort of looking at Godot's built-in menu bar documentation to figure out how I'm going to do that. That's what I'm up to. What you up to these days? Okay, so I'm going to go back. We now know there's an is item checked, which is nice. And from there, how do I want to do that? Can we access this as a class? No. No, it is not a class at all. You could make it one. No reason not to, right? I don't see why not. There might be some reason not to. By the way. Branchie menu bar. It's gonna be a class name. And I guess I'll give it a static reference, although I have some concerns about doing that. Because this is sort of a specific, since it's a plugin, circumstances are a little different than normal. So I try to avoid doing this. Do we do it on this one? Oh, that's for the template though. Yeah, see, I don't really use it at all. And I don't think you should. How do I normally reference things? Do we put it on like the editor plugin? I should be doing a settings menu. That's where there should be a settings JSON. But I really don't want to do that. What if we make a static reference here? What if we do it like this? Branchie template data, yeah. What if we do it kind of like that? And where do we set this? Just like in... Enter tree initialize singletons. Yeah, let's do it like this. It just makes it a little safer in the context of a plugin. So we're gonna call this Branchie menu bar. And I am gonna put a big old to-do here. To-do, remove this after proper settings JSON is working. Remove this and whatever references it. It's just scaffolding. It's scaffolding. We'll have that reference the menu bar. And then when we're setting up the singletons, we'll just create a new one. Branchie menu bar. Getting more into 3D modeling and animating, as well as finally being in a team game jam a few weeks ago, making a fun little bullet hell shooter. Love that. Easy to teach Godot to some of the newlings that never had any game dev experience. It's been a blast. I love that for you, Flix. I guess that fits your name. You want to fix people's lack of skills. Alright. Cannot assign... Oh, right. That would... Yeah. We should change that. Menu bar. Alright. Very good. But I do want it to be a static reference, so that way I can get it. Wait, what if you do like a get? What if you do like get? It's not optimal, and it's like more temporary. Well, since it's all temporary anyway, I would just say, don't worry about it, and we'll just call this Branchie menu bar. Okay. For now. I have a lot of problems with this, but since it's temporary, I'm not going to really worry about it. That's where the name came from? Nice. So, just don't try to teach me or I'll be mad. That's true. Unless I ask, actually. Then it's okay. So what I want to do is I want to ask it. Let's go back to the menu bar script, which I don't know what it's called. Oh, it's called session menu bar. And in here we need to check if something is checked. Again, this is more temporary scaffolding. I don't love that I'm doing this, But if I don't do this right now, like if I do this, if I set up the way that this is supposed to work, that is to say, updating all of the user settings to a JSON, then I'll have to stop doing what I'm doing, which is already a distraction from what I was originally working on. I'll have to work on that, and I'll never even get back to the thing I originally started on. And I don't love putting up a bunch of scaffolding all over the place, but I'm going to allow this. I'm going to allow this. Maybe to just make me feel a little better about it, why don't I put a note in, this will be the future settings, how we handle saving the config and loading the config and making sure that, so Godot has this built-in like config file, basically. So you don't even have to like do that much. But I just haven't set up exactly the loading setup. So why don't I put a big to-do in here? And I'll log the things that I'm doing. So, get rid of Branchie, menu bar, ref, and class name. Ref in editor plugin. And class name on menu bar. That was just scaffolding for the future. Eventually, get rid of that. Or we'll say, when config file loading is set up, right? Hey, what's up, Blitz? Or Blitza, or Blitzar. When config file loading is set up, get rid of Branchie menu bar and class name on menu bar. That was just scaffolding. Okay, great. And all related stuff. And then, so I see that, I'm gonna spam it. This is how I get my attention. Look at that, I'm not gonna miss that. I'm gonna come here and be like, what is all this crap? That's how I do that. Now I feel totally fine coming in here and doing this, because I have given myself a way back. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna do a function, and we're gonna check is legacy convo mode. And that's gonna return a Boolean. Welcome back. Well, I'm glad YouTube decided to recommend you. Back when you were there, I might not have had this timer set up. If it seems like I'm ignoring you, I probably am. For the next 63 minutes and 40 seconds, I'm locking in. I don't check chat that much, but then I'll take a 40-minute break. We'll hang out, maybe play games, look at stuff online, and things like that. So, just so you know, but welcome back, Blitzar. I do remember you. I do. I don't remember much about you yet, but I remember you. Okay. Is legacy convo mode Boolean, and this will simply return debug dot is. Okay, wait. This is a pop-up menu. You want to do menu bar, don't you? Remind me the is item check thing again. Is item check. Yeah, that is a pop-up menu. Okay, so if debug is a pop-up menu type, which it says it is, then I should be able to get is item. Oh, there it is. Is that great? Perfect. And then the index is going to be debug items dot create legacy convos. All right, there we go. So now I have that little scaffolding, that temporary scaffolding, and what I want to do to get that is go to the conversation creator, and right here we need to pick one. Pick one thing Either it's going to do the legacy, or it's going to do the new refactored version. So we're going to say if Branchie dot, or not Branchie, Branchie editor plugin dot Branchie menu bar dot is legacy convo mode. We do this one. Otherwise, we do that one. So hopefully that should fix that error when we were testing the Mr. D-Boy convo. Alright, let's find out. Let's try it. I'm gonna delete the entire Branchie data that gets created. Well, we gotta turn off the plugin first. That data gets created the first time the user initializes the plugin. So delete that. And let's clear all the errors. I'm gonna make sure we don't have any unsaved things here. Let's get rid of that. Should be one more. There it is. Close this. Okay. Excellent. Now I'm going to re-enable the plugin. And we're going to create something new. Blitzar is back. Create the conversation. We did get an error right away. Cannot call method is item checked on a null value. Okay, so we have to guard. Okay. Yeah, I was afraid that. Okay, that did not work. That did not work. Okay. That is interesting. Did it create the Branchie API? Like, I wonder if it's just pinging it at the wrong time, and if we just do like an is instance valid or something, it won't be a big deal. Yeah, because it didn't create a problem in here. Okay, I think it's actually not that big of a deal. Let's go back to HBox, and we're gonna say, I think we want is instance valid. I might need get node or null, but we're gonna try each one. If that's valid, and then we'll just go ahead and nest all this. It's all temporary anyway. You gotta hate debugging the debug. Okay. Turn off the plugin. Close any unsaved things we opened. Oh, delete Branchie data. Now that's unsaved. Close it and try it again. Great, Branchie. Morphman is not a fan of dill. Create. We do still get an error. And then like that. Okay, let's do get node or null. Wait, this is here, Lise. I think you're looking at the wrong thing. This is the problem, you goof troop. That's the problem. This is null at that moment. Interesting. Really? Oh, this is on ready. Oh. I think we just need a guard. I think it'll be fine if we just put a guard here. Okay, so I need one thing. What I need to do is say if Branchie, I made something for this situation, is active. We'll say if it's not active, just return true. Otherwise, actually return this. We'll see if that helps. Oh, I guess it'd be easier to say if it's active, return that, and then otherwise return true. Let's say that. Okay? that should fix that timing issue. And then the real test will be, is it actually going to read the state of the checkbox? Okay, let's try this one more again. I will turn off the plugin, delete the files, make sure there's nothing unsaved open. I don't think there will be. And try it again. Let's clear the output as well. Re-enable the plugin. Morph is the chosen one. Create. We do still get the error. That didn't work. Darn. Well, I guess we could just say instead, if debug get node or null. Oh, do you do if get node or null and then that? Let's try that. Should be node path, but it's pop-up menu. Right. Okay. This. I hope I'm stopping debugging the debug soon. And then we'll put this in quotes, so it's a node path. If this is null, return. Otherwise, do that. Come on, you gotta be okay with that. That has to be acceptable. We got a cat in the house. What is up? Hi, yo. Hey, yo. Hello. Welcome. If it seems like I'm ignoring you, by the way, I probably am. I'm working hard for the next 54 minutes, and then I will be taking a break for 40 minutes. But it's good to have you here. Thanks for saying hi. Okay. Let's do it again. Turn off the plugin. Please work. Turn off the plugin. This is why you don't do scaffolding, but it's fine. Delete this. And I don't think there's going to be anything unsaved, so I'm not going to worry about that. Output is cleared. Re-enable plugin. IO says hi. Oh. Damn. Damn. It's the... Why? Okay, now this doesn't make any sense. First of all, it should be unreachable because I typed this wrong. Oh no. Oh, I did... Okay, I'm dumb. I'm not dumb, but I made a dumb mistake. We want to say, if it is true, then this happens. Yay! Hey, I love a stupid mistake, because stupid mistakes are easy to fix. Okay, let's try that again. This is the one, I can feel it. Re-enable the plugin. Morph has been blessed. Although she left very quickly. There we go. Okay, no error. Great. But that doesn't mean it's going to actually check what the check mark says. So by default, it's off. Which means it shouldn't... This morph has been blessed. That shouldn't appear in the legacy section. We should only see it in the new ConvoScripts dictionary. We'll see what actually happens. So that is going to be in the API that got created. So it did show up in the legacy section, which means either A, it didn't work, or B, I set it up the wrong way. Out of curiosity, I'm going to check that box. It also, what I have a feeling is it's always null. That's what I'm afraid of, but let's find out. Only new blessings. Create that conversation, and let's see what that generated. Once again, it Did legacy. Well, now uncheck it. Uncheck it now. Like, that makes sense, because if it's checked, it's supposed to. Okay, now uncheck it. And I'm gonna call this uncheck meta. Whatever. Create it. Now go see what we got. Nah. Okay, so that is just fundamentally not working. Okay. It's returning true every time, which is what I said. Please let that just be the result, if nothing else. So let's just say this. Print debug is null. That'll be interesting. So actually, I should probably just be able to test this right now. So I've unchecked it. All right. It is unchecked. Create it. Null is null. Right there. That's interesting. Why is it null? is my question. Because it's obviously there, right? That's what this is. It's there. It is definitely a real thing. So why is it not a real thing? Is my question. All right. Here's what I've decided, chat. I have decided that I am not going to do this version of the scaffolding. I have decided that I don't want to spend my entire second dev section debugging the debug. So here's what's going to happen. Instead, I am going to not utilize my partially set up debug system. And what I will do is, well, let's just keep going back here. We're gonna undo a bunch of stuff. What I'm gonna do is we're just gonna have a Boolean floating around somewhere. I didn't want this. But unfortunately, because this tool is still like kind of partially made, and it's like partially made in a lot of ways, I just have to accept this. Before I do that, let me just write like a to-do and put this quite near the top. Please do. Get your config file settings working, please, via Branchie settings/config. That way, I can use the debug pop-up menu. We're just gonna move that to the top of the to-do list. Okay, so the cat is there, but she's kind of like all the way in the corner. You're all the way over there. What are you doing over there? I don't know. But I respect your decision. Alright, so I've made that note. So now what I'm gonna do is go to the all that scaffolding I did, and we're gonna tear it down. Because I don't like it. It's getting too messy for me. So we get rid of this. But I'm glad I tried. Because I just don't want to waste time. I don't doubt I could figure that out. But I don't want to waste time and start building just tons of things just to get rid of it, you know? Now back on the settings manager, I don't actually need this to do anymore. I kind of do, but not really. And on the convo creator, obviously, none of this will work. So here's what's gonna happen. I did not want to stoop to this, but I'm afraid it's gonna be necessary. Because it means anytime I want to demo this, I'm gonna have to come back to this script and flip this Boolean manually. It is what it is. So we're gonna say variable create legacy convos. Boolean equals, we'll say false. But I would want it to be true most of the time. To save myself just like a little bit of time, I'm gonna like have a true one that's just commented out. So I can just comment them and not have to type. It is what it is. And then that's what we'll check here. So if create legacy convos, it does that. It's simpler, it's just less convenient than using what I was supposed to be using for this. But it's okay. Because I want to focus on one task, you know what I mean? You're not working today? Okay, so let's test this. So it should be false now. Which means, let's delete all this data, which means it should not be creating that legacy stuff. And we should see it go in convo scripts. And I can move back on to my refactor. Make sure there's no unsaved things lingering. There are. Close that. Do not save it. All right. This is gonna be fine. I can feel it. Krill is not working today. Is the convo name. We created, no errors. Let's open the Branchie API. And it still put it in legacy. Now that might actually be a good thing. Okay, this is actually not a bad thing. You know why this is a good thing? Because this is where I left off. We knew that this was going to break things. That's why I was making this Boolean to begin with. But this is a different error. We're not failing on the scaffolding. This is just failing because I still haven't finished the refactor. So I think this is actually going correctly. What I need to do is test it with that set to true. And if I have done this right, then we should see no error at all. Welcome to my plugin dev, everybody. Okay, we're gonna uncheck Branchie, and we're gonna delete the Branchie data, get rid of the unsaved file, and we're gonna try it one more again. This time, it should work normally. Task failed successfully. Create it. No error! And so now we don't have an error. Go to the Branchie script. We do have an error! Interesting. What's up, Strudel? What's the function of the plugin? The plugin is a branching narrative tool. So the idea is that you, as a writer, can write your script for your branching narrative project. You can define the events that happen, and then it will write code for you. So it will create, so this code, right, task failed successfully, you look at the message right above you in chat, right? That just got generated by the plugin. So it's kind of like generating code through a node-based dialogue tree tool, kind of. So that's what I'm working on. All right. So we actually still got this error, which is not my favorite fact of the matter. So we're actually still in trouble here. Editor quick open dialog. No type path for Branchie data API Branchie.gd. What does that mean? Let me go back. Here's what we're gonna try. We're gonna try putting everything back the way that it is. Okay? The way that it was. Yeah, exactly, for RPGs. Precisely. Technically, you could use it for anything, but that's the idea, yeah. That's what I expect people to use it for. But I think it will be good for other stuff, too. Alright, we are scaffolding. I think I gotta accept that that's just like what we're doing right now. So the way that it used to be was like this, basically. So I'm gonna comment all of that out, and we're just gonna pretend like everything is normal. Lise, I also want to recommend that you reload the project, because remember, you're dealing with static references. Wait, what if it's that? Okay, close this. This is kind of why I stopped working on this on stream, because it's a very complicated project, and it's hard to, like, catch everyone up to everything that I'm doing, which I often like to do. Get it done faster. What kind of stuff are you making, by the way, Strudel, that you would want it for? If it seems like I'm ignoring your answer, I am. I'm in my lock-in dev mode for the next 40 minutes, but then I'll take a break after that. It just gets complicated, and so it's hard to, like, find one task because it often branches into a million other tasks. Hopefully, I can still get my refactor done. So what I'm gonna do is, we deleted those files, right? Get rid of the unsaved, and make sure that it's off, yes? I'm gonna actually reload the whole project, because we're dealing with a lot of, like, static variables and tool scripts. When you're dealing with static variables, tool scripts, reloading or toggling on and off a plug-in, you've got UI on the plugin, you're experimenting with different code, things get messy fast. So that's why I have this regimen of, like, deleting the file, or turning it off, deleting the files, closing the unsaved, reloading the project, you know, and just doing that over and over again, so that way I know I'm starting fresh every time. It has its joys, I guess. Okay, so hopefully this is actually the classic version, and we don't see any problems, and it works the way it should. Strudel makes Fallout NPCs. I love that! Fallout New Vegas got me into game dev more than anything, if I'm being honest. And finally trying to make a game like the games that got me into this. So, but one more fun fact, I'm basing a lot, so remember we said it was node based? I'm basing a lot of the design of this tool on Obsidian's in-house, Obsidian, who made Fallout New Vegas, their in-house branching dialogue tool, which they don't release. It's not released, but it's out there. My game is about aliens invading Earth when the Earth is at a pivotal political moment, and you can decide whether you're going to destroy the Earth or save it. But those decisions might also impact your own alien home planet. Alright, so we created that. Let's go look and see. We don't need to look at that. We know Strudel makes Fallout NPCs, so it created that file. But we want to go look at the API here. Okay, no errors. So the legacy version works now. Let's add one more thing back in. Now I'm going to add back in the commenting. So we got Strudel makes Fallout NPCs in this, where my goal, by the way, is to get it to appear here. Because I've set up my whole serializer to work by putting stuff here. But I'm trying to refactor it, so instead it goes there. But I have to do a lot of stuff, and I don't want to lose the option to do this version. So that way I still have a functional plugin if I need it. That's the balancing act here. Okay. So I'm gonna comment back in that which is supposed to help me choose which version I want to run. We'll comment out this. And so this is what's checking if that is true, and we'll decide to do the legacy or the refactor. So we're going to keep legacy true, so in theory, everything should be exactly the same. It will be interesting if it isn't. Disable the plugin, delete the data it generates, close the unsaved file, and I won't reload the project. I don't think I need to. Okay. turn the plugin back on. Oh, also, Strudel, since you're new here, I should tell you, backseating is not allowed. I appreciate your willingness to help, but it is not something that I like or want or am interested in. But I appreciate the sentiment. Strudel broke the golden rule. Okay, create that conversation. And so far so good. Let's open up the API. Whoa, we got the error again. That is so interesting. Wow. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. What's that about? Let's get rid of this. Reload. Oh, close this. I'm curious if reloading will make that change. I don't think it will. I really don't think it will. So you got caught for backseating the first and only time too? Yeah, it happens. It literally happens to like everybody. Somebody tells me I like purple. I sure do. I sure do. There's no philosophy behind it, okay? Welcome, Beatus. I just do. And I know this about myself, and I accept this about myself, and I love this about myself. Okay. Another cool thing with my plugin, by the way, is it interprets your Godot theme. So if you don't love purple, by the way, so this is my plugin, right? This is how it's designed. If you don't love purple and you have your own theme, so your name is blue, let's say sky blue is the color that you want to rock. See, the whole plugin will change as well. That was a beast to figure out, I will say. It took me a lot of time, and it's not perfect. You know, you can see it doesn't flip that text to dark, whereas Godot did. Godot was like, oh, we should flip that color. There's a couple things I've still missed, like this is not changed right, but you know, whatever. It tries to interpret your theme. Because I just wanted it to feel like you were still like in Godot a bit. Do it, Beatus. You deserve to have that, if that's what you desire. Okay, I'm gonna put it back to purple though, because I do like purple. So, let's create a conversation. Beatus likes harsh eyes. Create that convo. And what I want to see is if we still get that error. We don't! Okay, so that error is specifically linked to me not reloading the project. So I think that error is nothing to worry about. That's what I think. As you see, it serialized this for us. You like purple so much you got a purple colored keyboard and ergonomic mouse. Purple, I don't know. It does it for me, guys. It does it for me. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, I got it, look. I mean, we got it here. It's everywhere. This is kind of blue, but it's got purple in it. Okay. I feel you, Char. I get you. All right, well now, the thing that I want to do is flip this flag, right? So let's try flipping the flag. Out of morbid curiosity, I am not going to reload the project. I just want to see what happens. I want to see if it's because I brought in the legacy flag switcher or not, or if I switch these flags, I have to reload it again. That's what I'm going to try and check here. Okay, I think we're good to test it. Enable. Char likes purple too, is what we'll call the conversation. Create it, open up the API, and there it is! Okay. turn off the plugin, remove the data, delete the unsaved, and I'm going to reload the project. Oh, I forgot to turn off the plugin. Oops. Reload the project. And I want to see, now that I have that flag set to false, will I still get that issue? Plugin dev is something. That'll be the conversation. Plugin dev is something. Create it and open the API. No error. Okay. So literally when I flip that flag, something weird happens. Guess what? The user's never going to flip that flag. It's only for me in the dev environment. So you know what? It's a non-issue. We can ignore that error as far as I'm concerned. Now, it's still putting it in the legacy spot, but that's because I haven't finished setting up the new version. All right, good. Yeah, it's yeah. I gotta learn to love it. It just becomes like this habit, this muscle memory thing. Flip the flag to flip the flip. Yeah, right, exactly. Okay. So now that that is fine, we're not doing legacy. Let's see how we can more successfully fail. So right now, it should be taking this path. It's identical. See, everything is exactly the same. But we're gonna make it a little different. And we'll see what happens. This is the exciting part. Did I make the legacy? Okay, we have legacy new dictionary declaration, and we have the new dictionary declaration. We need to replace those. There, that says legacy. So this will also need to be defined by that flag. So we'll have to update that. But first, I want to update this. Instead of API path, this is supposed to be references path. Because a thing that I'm making, if 10,000 years ago, you remember, I was making this new template called references. This is the refactor. Is I'm moving what used to just be in the base API to a nested script. Which is me breaking the law of Demeter, and that's okay. And so we need to get a different path than we were getting before. So I'm going to change this, and what I want to see is that it puts the conversation enum that I create on that references script and not the API. That should be the only change that occurs. So let's see if that happens. We will do the things. Turn off the plugin, delete the data, close the unsaved file, and enable the plugin again, and we'll see what we're gonna do. Morph is getting a snack. All right, create the conversation. We do have an error. I'm not surprised. Okay, this is what we want. We want an error. Because we're doing something it normally never has done before. So it couldn't find Morph is getting a snack in Branchie.convo, which is good because this is good. That means it didn't go where it usually goes because I'm telling it to go somewhere else. Perfect. Let's see if it is in that new place. So that new place is Branchie references. Oh. References.gd here? Yes! Okay. Yeah. Look, okay. I was excited. Alright, there we go. Bam. Okay, so it went to the new place. We love to see it. Alright. Now, we want to make sure that it actually is looking for it there, which would be nice. And so if I go to the Branchie API. GG, it says GG, because it's like incremental stuff, right? Yeah, sorry. That was just a very pure expression, and you're welcome. Or I'm sorry, depends who you are. Okay, nice. Yeah, you can't find it. No, you can't. Absolutely not. As you shouldn't. Because normally it would be put right in here. And that's where it would find it. But now it's somewhere else. Now we also want to see it appear here, right? Because this will resolve correctly. Now, how do we make it, if we're not testing the legacy, how do I make this not have an issue? Well, we would just say, don't even put that there in the first place, so it wouldn't be an issue. We would skip moving it here, we would skip loading it there, and instead move it to load there. So let's do that as the next step. Yes. Okay, these little things are so exciting. Okay, I'm going to delete all the files that got generated. One thing I noticed is it created this references, but I want this to be Branchie _ references. I don't want that to just say references.gd. Kind of hard to see because the cat's there, but yeah, that's not right. I want every single thing that this plugin creates to be prefixed with Branchie. So that way, if the user is searching stuff in their project, they'll be able to clearly see that it is a Branchie related thing because it'll be prefixed with Branchie. So that's that idea there. Okay. Now, if I want to get it to have not the word references, I need to remember how we do that, because I don't, off the top of my head, remember how to do that. Maybe I won't do that right now. What if we do that later? I wonder why does it do that, though? Why doesn't it prefix it with Branchie? Exactly. So that should be somewhere in template script, right? To prefix it with Branchie? No? Okay. I wonder, let me go to the okay, I actually do care about it. I do. Do we have that prefix defined anywhere? New file text. So we need to see how it defines the new file text. That's where it puts it. So that's why it ends up in Branchie data, because it follows this local directory prefix. Let's actually look there. That'll probably help us find it. There's the prefix. Okay, we got it. This is just getting the prefix. So let's see where this gets referenced. This gets referenced in editor plugin. Oh, interesting. API file name. Okay, how do we parse the API file name? Templates, so it just finds the template name. Right, but why is the other one prefixed with the word Branchie? Well, you just have to prefix it with the word Branchie. I think that'll fix it. Right? So if I go here, which feels a little ridiculous, but I would need to do Branchie _ references. That would do it. Which means I now have to update everywhere. Okay, so I'm gonna put a little note to myself. See, and Jack, I do use comments. I'm gonna put a little note to myself so I don't make that mistake again. Oh, the other cat has arrived. What a lug. He is fully upstaging Lili. And you know what? That's okay. Go ahead, take up space, Trevi. So I'm gonna put a note here and say prefix them all. Prefix new key vowels with Branchie, or else the file name will not have a Branchie prefix. Okay. So I need to update all of these here. What if we just look for everywhere there's dot references, and then we'll just put Branchie underscore. Dot references. It should only be like one place, really. Maybe two. And we just need to replace that here, because that doesn't exist anymore. Branchie references. Okay, I think that's the only spot. Looks good. Let's go. Great. So that problem is solved. It'll create the right file name. And the next thing that I need to do is to have it update that dictionary. So where we have this create legacy convos scaffolding, I'm also going to want to put that here. So we're going to say legacy, add new convo name and UID to API. Copy that, paste it. This one is not the legacy one. If create legacy convos, actually we will put the I guess that was hard to say. I guess we will put the legacy one first. Yeah, I don't like starting with if not, if I can avoid it. It's awkward. Okay, and then else do this one. And for the new one, it is not the legacy dictionary declaration, and we do want it to be API path. However, we need the string to be different, because it's not convo dot, it's references dot convo dot, right? We're serializing this in a new way this time. That should be enough. So now we're gonna do the things. We already turned off the plugin. I'm gonna delete the data, look for all the unsaved things over here in my open scripts, and discard them. Here's another one. All right. I'm gonna clear the output log so we can see any new errors. Now I'm gonna actually reload the project because we might get that other bug we don't care about. Baggers with cheese and crackers and musnackers, nice. Small things, yeah, it is a lot of small things. It really is. All these small things. So now I'm going to re-enable the plugin. All these small things will be the conversation name. Create it. We do have an error right away, which is fine. Oh, that is not what it's supposed to be. References.gd.convo? No. So that's the thing about serialization. Is there are a lot of places that are expecting that there's a lot of dependencies everywhere, and if one thing is not depended in the way that it's supposed to be, it all falls apart. But that's okay. Let's see what did work. That's good to know. Now I know that I have to go fix that. But let's see what did work. So I'm going to open up the API. And let's see what we got here. Nice. So it updated this, which is good. That's what I wanted. Strong independent code. It did put it in the convo scripts, which is correct. And it even looks perfect. Look at that. References.convo. All these small things. Beautiful. And in the let's look at the references themselves, see if that ended up in there, or the reference script itself. Oh, that's the old one. Oh, I didn't put the new. Oh, okay. So this here's the problem. Here's a problem. when we generate the API, it's going to need to know what's the UID of the references script that gets generated. I'm side shaming it. Wow. That sounds fun. So we have to fetch the UID of the references file that gets created and make sure that it gets placed inside of here. So that way it can actually go check those references. Oh, I'm scared about that because we got to make sure the timing is right. This has to exist before the API is created, right? Well, this UID is actually an example here. I made this before I started building this refactor. I made like a pretend API. So I called it Brancho instead of Branchie. And in there, I had this was just to see like what the end result would be and get everything figured out. And so for that, I had an example references script. And that's the one that it's looking at, which is not going to have any of the new stuff in it. And that's the reference that's left in there, unfortunately. So by the way, if you want to see what this looks like, it's kind of wild. But once things get going, ultimately, you're just like typing out every individual thing, and it gives you each autocomplete of different stuff that you have in your project. Crowd behavior, house, sky, villager, weather. And it just lets you keep doing this thing, that thing, that thing, depending on what you have created in your game for your branching narrative. Like, you want the weather to be different if you are a murderous psychopath. I don't know, you want it to be rainy outside. Then this is a way you would fetch that information to see what decision the player made to be a psychopath, and then the weather can say, I'm supposed to be rainy if the player is a dangerous psychopath. Rainy, sure, why not? So that's the end result. But this was all just theoretical, right? So I now need to get my plugin to generate the code that will allow this to be possible, is the idea. So the next step, then, is going to be figuring out how I'm going to ensure that the reference is the new file that gets created. That is a task. That is a task and a half. I might take a little bathroom break while I think about that one. I just might. That is a thinker. You can kind of barely see her back there. She is there though. That is a cat. I think it's not enough of a cat. We're just gonna. Oh man. All right. Wow. What am I gonna do about that? That is kind of tough. All right. Okay. We can do this. It's doable. It's just gonna take a second. All right, I'm gonna pause the timer, and I'm going to use the loot real fast. I will be super right back. If you gotta take a break yourself, you deserve that. Treat yourself. And I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay. Oh man, what am I gonna do? It'll be fine. I can figure this out. I believe in myself. I can. But just because I believe in myself doesn't mean it's gonna be easy. Right? Well, okay. So if it says first, it won't get. But if I made it first, and we'll see. Like, it might work, it might not. I just gotta try stuff. I just gotta get in there and just see what happens. Just take a risk. Just take a risk. Alright. Oh my goodness. I'm nervous. But I'm excited. I'm nervous but excited. I'm nervous because basically one of two things are gonna happen. Probably. Either it's actually gonna already have the timing pretty easy and it'll be fine. Or it won't, and I will be spending the rest of the stream figuring out how to get that timing right. So it's just kind of like determining the course of what I'm up to. I either get to move on, or we're gonna be hanging out on this task for a while. That's the juncture that we're at. So it's fine. I'm fine with it. Okay. But I also have to figure out, how do I want to get it there? Now I've got a whole system for placeholders. Things that get replaced on creation, right? Yeah, exactly. It's either going to be 0.5 or infinity minutes. Somewhere between there. Exactly. Things already get replaced. And that's actually set up in the script templates. Or template scripts. Script? Where we list placeholders. So all the template placeholders, the things that need to happen when that template gets created, when that Branchie API gets created, what is it that we want to see replaced? So I would need to add in here. I don't know if that's really a place. I guess it's a placeholder. Yeah, it's a placeholder because we can just say. So if I go to the, this is gonna be some. This is gonna be something. Let me go to the API template, and instead of using that UID, what will it, well, I guess we can just say ref UID here. It kind of doesn't matter. Oh, it didn't like that. Oh, it hated that. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, we could use that UID. Yeah, that's not a good idea. It should be something else. Well, you can make it a path. Make it an absolute path. But what are you gonna make it? Make it the template. Okay, let's make it the template. Since we know that's not gonna go anywhere, that's what it'll point to. We're not gonna make it a UID though, because that UID could be different. It will be different on everybody's machine, so we can't rely on that UID being the same. But we can get the path, right? And we can use that as our reference. So that's our placeholder. It's a very, very long placeholder. I don't love it, because it also means that this is going to break if I ever rename this or refactor how I organize stuff. But like, what else am I gonna put here? I mean, I guess I could, you know what I could do? I don't really want to. But I could have this be one whole placeholder here, right? And we could just put it, yeah, but then that breaks. No, you gotta put it in there. You gotta put it, just leave it. Leave it. And then we'll just need to make sure that, like, we use this as the left delimiter here. And I guess this is the right delimiter. That's gonna be tough. Well, this can be the whole delimiter on the left, right? It's over here that it gets a little more complicated. So I would say, what if we put, how do I want to do this? We could use end region, but what if it's not the end of the region? You know what I mean? I'm gonna have this say ref end, but I don't want to do it in the same way. Let's just call it ref end for now. It's a little goofy, but that's what it's gonna be. So the delimiter would be this. It's awkward, but here we are. Okay, so going back to the template scripts, we normally define somewhere what those delimiters are supposed to be. Here. Well, this is like the placeholder. Please disagree. Don't recommend. Don't do this. This is wrong. I love you. Don't do it like this. Do it different. Don't do that. All you have to do is make this the placeholder. And it's going to look for that entire line. And we're just going to wholesale replace it. I think that's the easiest. So this is, I forget how and why I set things up this way, because it's been a long time. This classer extends, because that's like the top of the script, right? Then we got data. I think it's this. Oh, okay, I see. So we would want to put it in data. I see the way this works. Got it. Okay, so in here, what I'm gonna need to do. This one is a banger though, right? What I'm gonna need to do is that. It did not like that. Because look, it's interpreting that semicolon, or that double quote. So that's fun. Will you let me put it in single quotes? Yeah, you will. Alright. So that's what it's gonna look for. This is the whole entire data placeholder. Now we need to tell it, well, what is it supposed to replace that with? I don't remember where we define that, if I'm being honest. I think that's on the file creator, if I remember correctly. So let's go find it. GDScript creator. Replace template placeholder with a template. But don't we define the thing that it goes in there that way as well? It gets the script template. Where does it find the placeholder? Okay, there it finds the placeholder. See, it's looking for classer extends placeholder type data. Here we go. It's looking for placeholder type data. I made this code a long time ago. But hopefully I made it sensible enough. Is an element. Okay, that's for elements. Why did we have to clarify that? When is it not an element? If it's not an API type, then it's an element. Okay, well, it is going to be an API type. Oh, there are no data types for API types, which makes sense, because if we look back here, it's pretty obvious, right? Because look, data for the Branchie element API is empty. And before, this was empty, but now it's not. Got it. Okay, I see why we did it this way. It's all making sense. So here's what I think. I think, like I said, I don't like doing a not because I think it's awkward. So I'm going to say if template type is set to the API template. We're going to want to do something, which we're going to fill out. Otherwise is an element. And therefore, we do all this stuff. Okay. So if it is an API type, we need to check which API type it is. So we'll say match template type. And we'll say Branchie template scripts templates. And our new one, which is the, doesn't exist yet. Okay, well, we need to make that. So this is going to be references. Oh, and that's going to create the folder. So this also, when it makes folders, that Branchie data, it bases it on this. So that means I'll have a whole separate references folder. Which I don't need. I actually would rather that be in the API folder. So how do you want to do that? What if you, I mean, I'd have to write this, but like, what if you could do like nested folders? I haven't tried that yet. Like maybe we say API underscore references, and that's its own nested folder. Again, it doesn't really even need to be a folder. That's the thing. But we can't just use the API template because that's where it gets what we replace it with in there. This is crazy. At least I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think you're wrong. I love you, but I think you're wrong. I think what you can do well, we know it's API. That's the thing. But there's different API types. So you're getting the wrong thing. This needs to be not what we're matching the template type to, but the API template. Okay. All right. Oh, it's so confusing. Match the API template to API templates Branchie references. There we go. We got it. No nested folders needed. And the break is about to begin. Let me just finish this last thought, and then I will start the break. So, if the template type is set to API, match the API template references. If it's references, then we need to, well, we still need to, that's a whole thing. I don't think I can do that right now. Because we kind of need to share some of this stuff. The only thing that's different, what is different? But like, what is different? I actually don't think anything is different. Wait. It is different though. Is it different? I don't know. Nope, that's when we come back. That ain't right now. Chat, that is not right now. That is a whole brain thing. Nope. Break time. Oh man, it's a lot. Let's be done for the daily tomorrow. Bio's kind of nervous. Good. Let him be nervous. Man, there's nothing I could want less than to work in a corporate environment. No way. I don't want to do it. Ever. Never. I refused. Because that stress I don't need that stress. I don't want that stress. I'm not interested. Not for me. That's how I would learn to hate game dev. You know? I don't want to hate game dev. Alright, 40-minute break time. Let me catch up if I missed anything. And maybe we'll play a game or something. Did I finish the popcorn bag? I sure did. Yeah, I sure did. My spouse helped me a little bit. I had a giant popcorn bag on Monday. It was very large. It was like more than half my own height. We did finish it. I can't show you the empty package because it's in the trash. I think I'm gonna get it again. It didn't make me feel bad. It was just like coconut oil. It did have some yellow 5. Coconut oil, salt, popcorn. I think when popcorn has like actual butter on it, that's when I feel like crap. Yeah. Yeah, some people like working in that environment though. I get that. And plus, you get to be a part of something quite impressive that solo devs can only dream of. I just like, yeah, it's just not for me. I don't do well in an environment where I'm expected to be a certain way. You know, like I have to like listen to a boss and do what they say. I'm doing that one. I'd like to schedule a stand-up to discuss, oh gosh, this language. Oh my gosh. Morphman said that a video they edited came out today. The one of your client playing your game. The one you got to edit and insert yourself into. Such a weird experience, and watching it back is just pure cringe for you. Wait, did you put it in the Discord? You should link it. We'll watch it. We don't have to watch it now. I want to see it. Then I can see your editing skills. I'll be scrutinizing not only your editing skills, but your game skill. That's, okay, you know what? If you don't share it, I'll understand. Not that big of a deal. Actually, a bit of smaller oregano. You're crazy. Debug is null. You were the chosen one. You were supposed to bring Prince to the program, not destroy it. Only new blessings, no legacy prayers here. Where is the null? Why is the null? Who is the null? Huide does not null. Really? You don't null? Okay. Krill says, my coworker has hardly been scheduled the past few weeks, so wants to swap shifts with you today. Well, that's nice of you to do. Finding coverage can be so annoying. Okay, we talked about this. Godot's pretty fun, but sometimes it gives you VBA vibes. It's VBA. VBA. Is that a programming thing? Oh, Visual Basic? Oh, okay. I never knew how to do Visual Basic. However, when I was growing up, my dad had a Visual Basic, like, manual. It was, like, spiral bound. It was very chunky. And it had these amazing pictures in it of like making programs. I was fascinated. I did try to boot it up and use it, and I noped out of there fast and went back to playing like Commander Keen or Barbie Dreamhouse because I was like, this is not working for me. But I have such a vivid memory of that spiral bound book he had. I'm just like fantasizing about, I want to make programs. And you're saying Godot reminds you of that? I don't see it, but maybe I don't really know what it looks like, because it's only in my little childhood memory that I actually know what it looks like. Let's see if we can find it. Is it still a thing? Oh, wow. Wait, I see it. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Yeah. The like panels and the tabs? Is Godot Visual Basic? You gotta wonder, like, did the Godot devs like actually like use this as inspiration? It's pretty cool. I see it. I totally see it. More of a throwback than Turok. Oh, good night, D-Boy. Hey, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. I'm looking forward to Mage Boy or Wonder Boy. Whatever it is. See you later, D-Boy. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate that. Godot was just a skin for Excel in the end. Whoa. Documentation of BB is horrible. I just liked the pictures. But no, I suppose it didn't help me make anything. Perhaps a testament. Mr. Broke Boy. Mr. Farm Boy sold pretty well. Right? You still have that money, right? 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 You're putting that towards your next game, right? You're reinvesting your earnings into your next project, right? I mean, you gotta live too. I get that. You gambled it all? I'm guessing it didn't go well. I had $100,000 and I turned it into $1,000. You somehow debug manually when you work with processes memory and between GTScript and C#? Huh? Don't know what that means. You made a GitLab pipeline, run a new Gradle task with tests, and you felt the same. Nice. All these small things. Truth care, truth rings. By the way, is Godot... It's Godot like robot. Godot? Not true. Wrong. You know, you're just trying to start stuff. Okay? And let me tell you why you're wrong. Because of this. This is why you're wrong. This is a play. Now, some of you know, I was a writer before I started doing game dev. This is a play by Samuel Beckett. It's a very good play if you like weird, absurd existentialism. And it is called Not Waiting for Godot. It's Waiting for Godot. And it's a good play. I recommend it. And they have said very, very outright that Godot is named after this play. So therefore, I reject your pronunciation. With that said, you should say things however you want to say things. But you are wrong. Right? I mean, first of all, you make a compelling point that it is a robot. That's the logo. That is an extremely compelling point, and Godot's branding in that way is confusing. That the name is Godot, It made the logo look like you would say it, Godot. So that is definitely a fair point. Okay. It's wrong, but it's fair. Godot knows. Oh, Morph! It's not a robot! It's a cog! Wait, how are you pronouncing robot? Robo? Robo? Robo. Robo. So the creators say Godot? They do not. They absolutely do not. It's gonna be called Branchie. Branchie. Not really for much reason, other than I liked the way it sounded. I didn't want to put a lot of time into being like, okay, it should be a metaphor, and it's like a portmanteau, and it means multiple things, and it's a recursive acronym, and you know what? No, Branchie, it's cute. Move on. Brancho. That's actually pretty good. Branchie. Whoa. It's kind of cool. How does the logo look? I don't really have a logo, but I do have this little icon I made. It's just 2 dialogue boxes. So that's what it looks like. That's the logo. I wanted it to look as much like a Godot icon as possible. I want my whole plugin to be unobtrusive as much as I can. You need a Godot version of Godot? Let's turn Godot into Gondo. I don't know what that is. I'm not gonna say that out loud. That could be something bad. Backers with cheese and crackers for snackers. Earlier you meant / line continuation, not slash. Oh, okay, wait. Let me see what you... Let me re-evaluate what you said. You said, when you do variable equals / it's also like doing variable... Oh, that's cool. Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't like it, but I get it. So you're saying, like, if we have variable something boolean equals, so if I do like, you know, like that, right? You're saying you could also do something else, boolean equals parenthesis true, like that. It's interesting. It is interesting. I don't know if I like it though. I kinda do. I might like it. You know what? I like that, Huide. I'm gonna have to think about that. Well, I'm a big fan of the /. You'll notice eventually. I use backslashes everywhere. And I do that because I don't like really long lines of code if I can avoid them, personally. So I be doing backslashes in a lot of places. Yeah, readability, exactly. So then they're just saying I could switch it to be like that, which, to be fair, does look pretty good. The only reason I would resist it is because I'm not used to it, and now it wouldn't be everywhere. So, like, I would kind of hate that only sometimes I did the parentheticals. So, Huide, let me tell you what. Maybe in my next project, I'll start using the parentheticals. But in this one, man, I would go nuts if in some places it has the / and in other places it doesn't. I'm big on consistency because it helps me be able to read my code more easily if it just all looks the same. But maybe my next one I'll start doing it. I like it. And if statements? Totally. And they actually can have like a practical use in if statements as well. Because you can like frame different data to be different conditions to mean different things. Oh, but you mean like after as well. Well, I don't really need to. Wait, I don't really understand. Oh yeah, you mean in here. Yeah. Yeah, of course. It's pretty cool though. But then there was is that the other thing you were trying to say? Oh, that is what you're trying to say. Yay, I'm glad we came to an understanding. We do create new file formats sometimes. Were those numbers steep? I'll take your word for it. I don't remember. I believe you. Wasn't agile as you? You mean 1 out of 2 to infinity points? 1/2 to infinity points? Because that is apparently important. Look at all those dancings. Put a pin in it. We'll circle back to it later. For now, we gotta focus on more important things like this meeting about whether we should have a meeting about the next meeting. That totally could have been an email, by the way. Free time programming? Free time programming. I like free time programming. Oh, what's up, Philip? Welcome. Sorry I didn't say hi. Philip says, I haven't been able to program lately because it stresses me out a lot. So I have to program in a way that doesn't stress me out. Yes! Yes, program in a way that doesn't stress you out. Because look, if you don't enjoy programming, you're gonna have a bad time. Because you got to do a lot of it. If you want to make something of substance, a program, a game, you're gonna have to get used to it. So yeah, if you can get used to it in a way that's tolerable, this is good. I think the schedule is stand-up to discuss tabling discussion about the meeting to discuss having a meeting about the next meeting. That totally could have been an email. So meeting after this meeting, I'm putting a stand-up in the schedule. I'll set a reminder to sync up. I'm penciling that in. Why can't the boss be defeated? Yeah. It's called a boss. They should all be defeatable. I agree. Vinge played with Visual Basic a bit in high school. That was so long ago, though. Don't remember anything about it. It seemed pretty inscrutable, but I'm sure you can do cool things with it. What does it use? It probably uses its own language. Since it's Microsoft, I was like, maybe it uses C#. Okay, I think we're caught up though. Unless I missed something. Let me know if I did. Sometimes the chat skips around and I miss it. It's from Lord of the Rings. Oh, Gondor. Okay, that's fine then. You just never know. Look, I've learned as a streamer, you don't just read things you don't understand. Because then you say something and they're like, got him! And I'm like, got me. Yeah. It was just an example. Yeah, not for a book. Yeah, about 50 milliseconds. Morph says, I'm okay with Corpo. I'm even okay with Agile if done right. What I'm not okay with is what happened 3 times in a row to me. Being hired because of my experience and education in Agile. Just to have every input I have with the process being ignored. And to being 100% micromanagement with Agile names. Oh, just like co-opting it and turning it into something else. Yeah, that sounds annoying. That's so corporate. That's such a corporate thing to do. I guess a bad corporation, right? Okay, I'm gonna play a game. I'm gonna play this game Froggen. Hopefully it'll work good. It'll show up on the right monitor and stuff. I'm gonna spend the next 20 minutes playing this game. It's a game that I just wanted to like study, because my game, by the way, we'll run for lots of, yes, it loaded in the right place. So I told you I'm making a game that's like an RPG game, and I want that RPG game to also be a platformer. So like a big inspiration for me is Mass Effect, even though I want more meaningful choices than I think Mass Effect had. It does have some meaningful choices. It does. It does. But I want more. I want more meaningful choices. And instead of like third-person shooter stuff, or in Fallout or Skyrim, you've got the combat. Instead of that stuff, I want 3D platforming to be what you do in between all of the different branching narratives. So you'll be doing like dialogue, right? Talking with characters, making choices. That'll be a huge, like, half of the game. And then the other half of the game will be 3D platforming. So this is a 3D platformer that I got and I wanted to study. So that's why I have it. It's an indie game. Came out not that long ago. Here, I'll give you a link to it if you want to check it out. When did it come out? 2022. So it's a relatively oh, that is, look at that paste gore. There you go. It's a relatively recent game as far as platformers go, and it seemed kind of interesting. I usually don't change my Twitch category. I'm only gonna be in there for like 15 minutes, so it just doesn't really seem worth it. So I'm not gonna. This music, delightful. We always, oh wait, I always pick the middle slot. There is no middle slot. Let's do the last one. If you're gonna give me multiple slots, I'm not gonna pick the first one. I always go on adventures with my parents. They're archaeologists and inventors. I love them. That's so nice. But in this expedition, they didn't want me to go in with them. They told me to wait at camp. But it's been 2 days and I'm tired of waiting. Okay, this is very fast. I'll rescue them and I'll prove I'm as good as them. Oh my gosh, this is flying. Thanks for following, Trudel. I'll save you, Mom and Dad. I could not keep up with that. Let me advance by pressing a key. Total progress, 0%. Yeah, that was nice art. And animations. Okay, we gotta collect these little bugs. Enter level space, return, quick travel Q or E. Emblem legend, right mouse button, left control. Alright. Very interesting style with like the pixel textures, but then also some like smooth shadows. What is happening? I'm gonna hide my Be careful with these big flies. Try shooting me to them with left mouse. Nice. Okay, I got this now. This is so fun. What? This feels so good. I love the aiming. It's just like easy. Why don't you try shooting at that wall over there? This one? If you do, we can zipline towards it. Oh, maybe this one. Oh! It reminds me of Chameleon Twist. A lot. Just a little bit. There's an old N64 game where you had a tongue and you could do exactly this. See if I can make it go all the way to the other side. I can't aim that far, but I'm just curious what happens. Oh, it lobs! Very cool. And I died. Okay. I guess you let your parents down. Whoa, full restart. But you keep the coins. Interesting. Got it. I don't think destroying these did me any good. I think it's just a waste of time. It's N64 coded, yes. Yes. I feel like most of us who long for the 3D collectathon platformers of old probably come from that era. I wonder if these green ones mean anything. Ooh! Whoa, did you see that shader, like, go down the edge of that column? Okay. Gem. Those are good. We want those. I assume. Why does it sound like there's like two musics? Like there's not? Wait, there are! Why are there two musics? Trailer. Sorry about that chaos. Nostalgia done right? We don't need a new entry in a 20-year-old franchise. We need, yeah, new games done nostalgia. I agree. Problem solved! I know, I feel so smart. Even though I made the mistake in the first place. You know, it also reminds me of Bomberman 64 a little bit. Oh! Oh, we can jump on things too. Sometimes you need to look at the ruins from a different perspective. Why not turn the camera with mouse horizontal? Yeah, right. Totally. Agreed. I guess I got that flag. This jumping is terrifying, because she does not jump very far. I love the colors. I like how bright it is. As a dark mode user, I approve. Did I just throw a coin into the abyss? Oh no! I can't live with myself. Give me that. I gotta get that coin. I won't be able to sleep at night. No. It's pretty fun. Bomberman 64, another rare pull from the archives. That and Space Invaders for PS2 got a lot of playtime in my friend group. Space Invaders for the PS2. Was that like the original, just like modernized? Very leap of faith. Leap of death this time. But we keep the coins, so it was worth it. And I don't think I lost any life, I just lose time. So my clock didn't reset. You know what? I can live with that. Okay, don't throw coins in the trash though. Yeah, it's a very short jump. It's so weird. The like pixel stuff mixed in with the smooth textures. It's an interesting style. It works. But I think if I were making this game, I would think it wouldn't work. But now I'm glad I saw this, so I know it could. 2.5D version of Space Invaders. 3D environment, 2D movement. Interesting. Oh, maybe Anjak. That was a good thought. Oh my gosh, you're so right. 100%. That would have worked. Hey, cool game. I love that it like makes that mechanic meaningful to solve problems. Golly, I can barely believe how vast these ruins are, and to think it was only 3 months ago my dear wife Lily heard first about them. Is this paper talking to me? We've only now signed the contract with the local government and started the investigation, and already found so many mysteries. What? The government? Is this game about the government? This game is wild. I win! Death one. Yeah, okay, I died once. Obsidian skull, no. What's the obsidian skull? Emeralds 2, coins 110, 110, notes found. There's an obsidian skull, I missed it. Mobile runner games where you can only move left or right, but the world is 3D. Ah, those are fun. I'm gonna let go of the obsidian skull, but as soon as I find my first one, then I'll know to go back. Golly, I can barely believe how vast these are. Oh, wait, oh, that was already a note. Oh. Signed Todd Hops. Okay. Oh. Wait, I already played this level. Right? Wait, it's like a little different. Isn't it? No, it's not. Wait. I think it's the same. I mean, I did miss the obsidian skull. But no, I want to play the next level. Right, is there a next level? Oh, it's an overworld. Oh, thank you, Morph. Yeah. I mean, I figured that out before you said it, but I'm sure I would have appreciated you saying that. Got it. A high detour. It's kind of like a spy music or something. Did you know we could get even more treasure by finishing the area under a time limit or in a single attempt? Whoa. I did not know that. So if I finish it but ignore getting like all the coins, that would win me that prize, I assume. This game is very fun. I just am like, I feel like it's easy to figure out how to play it. I look forward to playing the next level. It's giving me things to look forward to and try to figure out. Expedition Diary, Day 1. Today, my husband, Todd, has found the most exquisite piece of history. It is a grand slab of bronze in the shape of a common fly. How would our dear Renata like to be here? But we're parents over archaeologists, and the seedy reputation this place has means this is no place for her. We'll see her tomorrow when we get back to the base encampment. Signed, Lily Hobbs. Okay, it's her parents. Got it. Understood. Sounds like they're nice parents, all things considered. Always be on the lookout for secrets. This place is sneaky. Are you telling me there's a secret? Is that your way of... But how would I know what a secret is like? Oh, look, you can zip to that. I don't know what a secret would be. Is that a secret? I don't think it's a secret. I think that's just open truth. I know I'm missing something. They wouldn't say that. Oh, if I wasn't missing something. Or if there wasn't something to find. Huh? What? Coins, give me coins, yes. I haven't decided, okay, I haven't decided if coins come out of the pots or not, but I think they do. If you have trouble nailing a tongue shot, try holding down, try holding down left control right mouse button. Why? Wonder why, I don't understand. Okay, I believe you. It seems the same to me. Left control. Oh, so you can do a little aiming mode, too. That's nice, to make sure you're hitting the spot you want to hit. Wow. I also love the, design on the ground. Like how there's just some blocks that look one way and some blocks that look another way. Why do they look that way? I don't know. They just do. Why not? Why not look that way? It makes it look kind of nice. I don't know if it ever will mean something, but it looks nice. Hey, Violin, good morning. Welcome. I'm on my break. I got about a few minutes left. And then I enjoyably suffer. As we do. And I'm working on tooling. Ah! Oh! All y'all on YouTube should go click on, if you can, Voilin's name. If you can't, just like copy paste it into the search bar. Voilin does awesome stuff in Godot and beyond. Making a video editor. I didn't find an obsidian skull. I didn't find it. I just didn't. But I didn't die this time. Death 0, obsidian skull, no. What? I missed an emerald? And I missed 2 coins? Shameful. A shameful performance. Wow, I could see this game getting hard, but I like it because, I mean, I don't know what these secrets are yet, like how you uncover, oh, I missed all those in there. Whoa, I didn't even see that. But at the end of the day, there's only like a limited amount of level, right? Like it's not like a giant sprawling level where there's all kinds of little nooks and crannies. I mean, there are nooks and crannies, but I guess what I'm saying is, you know, it's got that like, oh, it looks like you collect the coin even if you just miss it. Like if you break it, it collects it automatically. What am I trying to say? Like there's not like a tree in a corner somewhere and maybe you can look behind it and find something. It's like it's all kind of geometric. So if there is something to find that you missed, it's theoretically not that hard to like comb the whole level. But then again, if you do miss something, it's like, oh man, I'm sure I can retrace my steps and figure out that thing I missed. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense, but it to me just seems like it's nice how I feel there's a finite amount of level. It's kind of hard to describe. Almost like a puzzle, a little bit. Where it's just a matter of solving where something would be hidden. Or something. Oh! I am thinking about like how I could finish it more quickly too, because I know you can get like a reward. Reminds you of Crash Bandicoot with the collectible time and the side. Oh, I see that. That was sparkly. Did I get a reward for finishing it fast? I don't know. Maybe. 15 seconds left. Alright. Alright. Let's get back to work. So I'm going to do the last work section of the stream. It will be another 80 minutes. To recap, I am working for finishing fast. No, come on, I don't like that. Boo. Gross. Keep it SFW. Keep it SFW. I'm working on a plugin. I did, Voilin! I'm sorry. Also, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to anybody who expected me to start later. The reason why I streamed... It's okay. Again, you're new here, Strudel. It's okay. The reason why... But the rules should be down in the panels. The reason why I started early is because I want to be in the habit of this. It's my dream to always start early. But I usually do not succeed. So today, I pulled it off. The other thing you should know is I'm not streaming on Fridays for the next, like, month. I had a death in my family, and it's been taking up a lot of my time to sort of, like, adjust life and things around that death. So I'm having, unfortunately, to take some time off to do that. So I'm not streaming on Fridays for, like, the next month. To just relieve some pressure. Normally I do Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, but right now it's just Monday and Wednesday. And I think that had something to do with it, Voylan. I think just having like the one day, just having Wednesday and Monday, the 2 days. I think it's making it easier for me to get here sooner. So hopefully I can actually get the schedule that I want now. And then I can add Friday back in, and it'll just be perfection. But we'll see. Alright, so I'm working on a branching narrative tool. It's basically serializing stuff that you write. Okay, let's see if I can demo. Oh yeah, we're over here now. I will quickly demo the way that it works. And I actually just set up the way to demo it because I'm refactoring something about it. And I want to keep the old way that it worked while I'm refactoring it. It's very important to me. Here. I want to keep the old way that it worked. It is here, right? Convo. Creator, that's what I want. So up here, I've got this boolean for creating legacy convos or not creating legacy convos. So that way I can test out my new refactor and have that cleanly swap on and off. So I'll show you real quick how that works, and then we'll just get right into the refactor. Gonna head to bed, see if you can sleep through this thunder. Oh. But it's your first proper thunder since the migraine pills. And there's no significant migraine symptoms you happen about that. Nice. Oh, I'm glad that, like, you're feeling good in that regard. Like real thunder, like outside thunder. I hope it doesn't become a devastating storm or anything. It won't. Sleep well, Morph. Always a pleasure to have you here. If you drop, oh, 45 seconds. If you drop your video in the Discord, I'd love to check it out, but no pressure. Okay, so I have to turn my plugin off. I have to do a lot of really specific things to make sure, because I've got static variables. I've got a plugin that creates files in the user's directory. So I have to remove those. I have to make sure I reload things so that way the static variable is clear. And when it generates the scripts, I open them and it leaves behind these little unsaved things. So I just have to do like a little bit of cleanup when I'm done testing and I'm moving on to the next test. So hopefully that was cleaned up correctly. I'm going to reload the whole project. Thunder took out your bandwidth and stream died, so you can't hear me. Oh no! Boo! Thunder! Oh, Thunder! Goodbye, Morph! Okay. So the way that this works, I'm going to activate the plugin. Morph had Thunder is going to be the name of this conversation. So I create the conversation, and immediately it will create a file. Because the plugin is all about serializing whatever you do in the plugin. If you're writing your story, you're also writing code. That's the concept. Voylin is here now. Create that. See, immediately it adds that script in there. Now, if I want to add some dialogue, we would add a dialogue node, and then we could type our dialogue in there. So, Strudel said oh, and Morph said Nini, or Nai. Now, when I open up, that's in Voilin is here now. When I open this up and I scroll down, it immediately put that dialogue in there. And we can create multiple dialogues, and they should all go in there as separate dialogue things. So then there's also a way to set up like branching things, so you can connect them together and say, hey, I want this dialogue or that dialogue. So that's kind of just the general concept of this. General concept. I don't know if that will go in there, because that's kind of an old thing. See if it did. It did! Great. Now, I want to refactor the way this gets serialized. The way that it has been serializing is it adds all of those conversation names into an enum right here. And then it also adds them into this dictionary here. And that dictionary has a corresponding UID, which goes to that script that we were just looking at that has the dialogue in it. So it's about making an API that the user can say, hey, give me that dialogue I just wrote and let me put it in my dialogue box that I've been working on. So the new way that I want to do this is not having, I actually don't want this whole enum here at all. I'm moving it to a nested script. Okay, something like this. It's a separate place. The reason I'm doing that is so that way, I need to do lowercase, so that way I can get these nice autocomplete chains, basically, right? It'll have all this dot stuff. And I just feel that this is going to be a nice way for the user to be able to access the data that's being serialized. So that's why I'm refactoring it, so that way it will put it together in a different way. You'll get these super long things, but it'll auto-complete it all along the way, which is the way I want it to work. So the way that we need to do that is, instead of this enum, that won't fill up anymore. Instead, it's going to need to find the references script and add it in there instead. That's the new place for that. Secondarily, instead of filling out the dictionary, here, nothing will go in there. Eventually I'll remove it, right? It's just, we're deprecating it at the moment. It'll go here. And the reason why this is different is because this is looking at that new references location. So I have to tell it how to do this, because the plugin writes the code. The only way it's going to know how to write that code is if I tell it, well, how to write that code. And it is very well trained to do it this way. And now I need to say, actually, can you do it a different way? So the one little hiccup that I found that I'm going to need to deal with, and it is starting to work, we can get this stuff to go here instead. But the hiccup is that I need a way for this references preload to be replaced. This is just the template for the references script. It's going to generate the actual references script when the plugin is first initialized. And that means, and this right here, by the way, is also generated, this whole API, when the plugin is initialized. So that means I need this references script to generate itself first. We need to somehow capture the UID of that generated script. Then we create the API. And then that API needs to replace this right here with that UID from the references script. So that's sort of the, that's sort of what I gotta do now, which is gonna be interesting. So we'll see if I can pull that off. Wish me luck, here we go. So let's turn off the plugin. Now we gotta do our hygiene. I'm gonna delete all of the data that was created, and we're gonna look at the scripts that were generated, and we are going to make sure, let me get rid of that, by the way. We're gonna make sure that we close all the unsaved scripts. These are what were generated, but I deleted them, so they need to go now. Get rid of that. And finally, I'm going to reload the project. Oh, well, let me actually go to the Convo creator and we'll flip this to the non-legacy. All right. Now I'm going to reload the project. We're just trying to clear all the static variables, all that kind of stuff. We want a fresh start. Okay. So just to well, I was gonna say let's see what it does now, but first, if I could get some information, that would be really helpful. Because like I said, I need to get that references script made first. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add some prints that hopefully give me some insight into the order as it currently is. Because I've been working on this for a long time, and there's a lot going on, so I forget things. So I'm just gonna use prints to remind me the order, and then we can dig into where they're coming from. Now, we create the API in the editor plugin when it's first setting the editor plugin up. We get the API file path, okay, but where do we actually create the thing? So this is in the main editor plugin script. In here, enter tree, activate plugin, reset attempts, initialize API, probably right there. So it's going to iterate through all of the API templates. That's the Branchie API, the Element API, which is interesting because there's multiple of those, and then the references one. So I wonder what it's going to do on that one. We check which one it has found. We say that if it's null, skip it. Make the file name lowercase, or the key string that it found. Basically, it's just literally taking this Branchie and lowercasing that. Branchie element, lowercase. Branchie references, lowercase, for file names. Then it gets the file path. So I guess, actually, this might not be that bad. Because it certainly looks like I can just do that. And now it'll make that first. Right? I think that's how that's gonna work. Okay. Cool. We'll see. We're not out of the woods yet. Gets the API file path based on the API type key. What does that do? Is that like getting the... It creates the name based on the key to lower. So this is just building it. It's just returning a string. So it's saying this is what the file path will be. More than anything. It might be more correct to call it... Where do we use this? Yeah, we use this in other places. We do use this in other contexts as well. So, alright, that's fine. Let me go back to where I was. Get API file path. It's going to check to see if that file exists or not. If it doesn't, a file exists, automatically creates it. That's what this method does. This stuff is making sure the timing works good and actually is going to cycle through multiple times just in case. So we do like different attempts. I just ran into this problem sometimes depending on certain configurations of the file that already existed or not. So this just helps ensure that it smoothly creates one thing without trying to create multiple and running into issues. And the timing is right. So this is not that important, honestly, so we'll just collapse that. So if it does exist and it doesn't need to create it, it's going to update the API logic. So what this is for is, let's say there's a new version. I think this is for version check. Yeah, this is for version checking. So let's say I update the plugin and someone installs the updated version. This will allow them to get that new version, and it'll update it as needed. Now I haven't actually tested this code. It's theoretical because I haven't really needed to update it, but it's there. It's there just in case. So we don't actually care about that, but that's what that would be for. If it already exists, let me see if I need to update it. We're not changing the version number. It just looks to see, is the version number different? If it isn't different, it just keeps moving. It's not going to be different. So it will go ahead and move on. If the creation was successful, that is to say, where do we define creation succeed? Oh, we're just now create. Oh, I see. Okay, create plugin template script. This is kind of the key moment, isn't it? It takes the API file name. It looks at what the reference, the like enum reference is, and then it takes the key and it puts that into create plugin template script. Okay, tell me more. Go on. So we know what the API type is. For the first one, it's going to be Branchie _references. For templates, that's just API. All three, Branchie element, and Branchie references, all of those are API templates. So that will just resolve to API. This one, in this first case, will be Branchie _references. So the result will be from the GD script creator. So this script actually creates the file and adds it into the user's directory. File name, template type, empty dictionary. Was that? Initial values. Okay. So sometimes we initialize it with stuff in there. Hello, Kanoko, welcome. I'm feeling pretty good. Thank you for asking. I'm a little tired because I'm at the last dev section of the stream. But that's why we have the timers, so I can be like, oh, I should stop soon because I'm probably exhausted. But that's okay. I'm doing well. Thank you. I appreciate that. I decided I'd take off Fridays, so I'm not going to do the Friday stream for like a month. Just while I get everything in my life in order. And that's good. It's good to have that pressure off. Hope you're doing well, Kanoko. Okay, so there's no initial values. And we return result contains UID. Okay, so that's if it was successful or not. So if it doesn't return a UID, we know that it was unsuccessful. So this probably returns, what? Empty or something otherwise? Return error, UID missing. Okay. Great. So this is where it actually finds the UID after it creates it. Now we need to take that UID and I need to inject that into the main API. So somewhere in here, I have to capture it and be ready to pass it on, which will be interesting. Struggling with your game? Trying to fix an error that you cannot find. No! Immediately, I'm like thinking of all the tools in the toolbox. Okay, we're printing stuff, we're breakpointing, we're doing this, we're doing that. Good luck. You're gonna find it. I know you are. Eventually. So as long as it finds a UID, it'll return that. We're gonna assume that it will. So that means creation will have succeeded. And if it succeeds, then we skip to the next thing to create. If it doesn't succeed, that's when we retry creating it. So that's pretty much it. That's the end. But we need more than that. Because we need to capture the reference UID. So that way we can put it, the references script UID, so that way I can put it into the main API. So we need to do a special check. The question is, where do I want to do that check? Well, this is just a Boolean. There is no UID that gets detected here. The only place we see the UID, well, it does return, well, so here's the thing. This is a Boolean, right? If it's, when we say contains, we're just asking, does the result contain UID? I will say, it does... Does that count? Is it case sensitive? Is contains case sensitive? I just kind of, I mean, look, obviously I haven't had the issue, but just looking at it, I assume it's case sensitive. Prints false. Well, INT, but it's gotta be case sensitive, right? Now I'm kind of curious. Does anybody know if it's case sensitive? What's that? Dscript Live, does this still work? Nice. Hold on, I'm just kind of curious to know about this right now. This is a little way to just test some GDScript code. It's a really handy website. I recommend it if you just don't want to like muck up your project to test some code real fast. Variable string bingo. And then we're going to print, or we'll say if string contains, and I'm gonna do lowercase bingo with not a capital B. If it contains that, print, it is not case, it has to be case sensitive. But I just wanna know, else, oh, it's case sensitive. Hopefully I did this right. And then we can hit run. And as long as I didn't screw it up, we'll get our answer. Eventually. It's case sensitive. Good. Okay. Great. And then if I make it capital B, it'll say that it's not case sensitive, even though it is. I just tried to press Control S. Okay, great. You know what? I just wanted to see it. All right. So anyway, so that'll work. It'll return the Boolean, but we need to intercept at this moment. Now I don't love that because we're kind of like combining tasks here. And where are you gonna store it such that it can find it in the first place? Well, the place where it matters is when we're updating the placeholders, because in template scripts, this is the placeholder that it's looking for, because I need all of this right here. I need that to be UID whatever it is, not this. So I would replace this whole line. So it's going to look for that because that exists in the main API. And I need to remind myself where we define what replaces it, because I don't actually remember off the top of my head. It's been a minute. So let me go look, because I forgot. I believe that's in the updater. And it's for the data ones. It's an element. That's the placeholder. And it replaces... Replace text and screen, data, replace what with what? Okay, so it's the third thing. This. Get data template. Oh, template data. Got it. Okay. So this is where we store what goes in there. So that means I'm going to need to update something here. Which I don't love, because we can't quite do that. We can't really store things like that. It's a little tricky. I'm not exactly sure how to handle this. This is a new type of thing to need to fetch something dynamically on creation. What if you don't fetch it on creation? Right? What if we wait, and after it's already been created, it asks for the file. We know the file well, but do we know the UID? Where do we store that? Wow, I gotta really think about this. Please understand this. It doesn't have to be a UID. You know what I mean? It can just be the file path. Oh. Okay, I got it. It doesn't have to be a UID. Because we already know we know what the file path is going to be. We're creating it. So we just have to recreate it and put it in there. Okay, actually, we don't have to recreate it. You just paste it. Okay, wait, this is actually way easier than I thought. Thank goodness. So now we just need to figure out where it gets the placeholder from. Okay, so if we get data template, it's looking for templates. Now, if it's API, that's got to be different, because all that this doesn't mention anything about references in it. So that becomes a bit of a tricky thing. And we don't even mention the word API in here at all. Well, that is interesting. Because this is more for filling out, like when I type in the dialogue, replacing the data in there. This is not designed for the API. Unfortunately. So I kind of think I need to add something new to get data template. Can you show me everywhere we use it? We use it in the updater. These are just documentation references. That's the actual thing. And that's in the node. What was that for? Oh, right. Whenever we update the dialogue or something, it needs to go see where it replaces it. So that makes sense. So I think we need to add an optional parameter on here. At least that's what I'm gonna try. So let's say in here, we do API, and again, earlier, like at the very beginning of the stream, someone asked, why do I do null everywhere? This is another reason why I do null everywhere. Just so I can have a placeholder for an optional parameter. That's probably the actual correct answer anytime someone asks that, but I always forget until I need it. So this is gonna look for the API template. So we go to template scripts dot API templates, right? And we're gonna set by default the null template. All right. And that's optional. By setting what it's equivalent to, it's automatically optional. That is to say, this isn't gonna break everywhere I call get data template. But we need to handle everything differently if it is not a null API template. Because we need to replace something very specific. So we get the script, that's gonna be the same. Oh, I forgot about this internal thing. I'm not even gonna template key. So we get the key. That's just the name of it. In this case, it would be API. We kind of don't want any of that right now. This would only be if this is not null, I think. So we're gonna say if API template if not, well, no, say if API template is set to null, but I'm not sure exactly what I need. Where do we use this down here? We use template key down there, data template, common template, requested template, strips internal markers. Yeah, we don't need any of that. We can skip literally 100% of this here. Well, 80, whatever, a lot of it. However, oh, data template. We do need data template. So this, we're gonna change this into an empty thing at the top. And this is just gonna update it instead of fully defining it. So before that, we initialize it. How am I doing in my game projects recently? Great. I mean, here, this is how I'm doing on it. I don't know. I don't want to answer. Great. I'm doing great. Yeah. I mean, it's slow, right? It's slower than usual. For those who don't know, my father passed away a couple weeks ago, so it definitely has led to me working on it less. But really, the only times I've been working on it are when I'm here. So I guess honestly, this is the first day that I've gone back to really making progress on the game since he died. So I feel it's going pretty good. Slow, but that's okay. It happens. Data template equals nothing. Doesn't equal anything to start with. Because we're going to define it depending on what the API template is. So, I mean, this is a lot. I don't really like that. I think I'm going to do the not. I think we're going to make this an else. We're going to make that an else. Well, I'm going to do not. I hate to say it. I normally don't like doing a not because it just looks confusing. But this is worse. Because we're about to put a lot less. And this is a whole bunch of code, and I don't want a whole bunch of code and then just a little bit on the else down there. What I'd rather have is the else be the long part. So I just think it's more readable. So we'll say the else here, that is to say it was null. If it's not null, I now need to know which one it was. So I'm gonna do match API template, even though I only need one thing. I might need others later. Match API template. And if it is references, our Branchie references, we gotta do something special. The data template is going to equal something. It's going to equal the path, the specific path that the references file should be at. Now, I don't love like just injecting this into here as opposed to having it in like a dictionary or something, but for now it's kind of fine. If I need to pull this later, it might make sense to put it in a dictionary, but for now, I'm just gonna go ahead and set it. So it's gonna look a little weird, but I don't care. So I want this data template to look a lot like this. Okay, this is what it's replacing, what's in between these single quotes. And what's going to be different is this right here. So it would be nice to concatenate it a little bit. Let's say I change what the data folder is named, right? I don't want to have to come through here and rename it. So I do have that already figured out in here. You see we got API directory, which is where it will live, is in the API directory. I'm pretty sure, I think. And so we can go ask for what is that supposed to be, right? Now I do actually have this constant the Branchie API. Okay, you know, I'm already doing that. You know what? Screw it. I don't care. If I have to change Branchie data, I'll just search through and replace it. I was gonna do it the way I said I was gonna do it, but I decided I don't care. Basically, what I was gonna do is I was gonna concatenate the prefix constant, but you know, screw it. If I'm not doing it here, I'm not gonna do it there either. Consistency over doing it in a convenient way sometimes, but not all the time. Okay, so we'll go back to template data. And it could be nice to make that a constant. That's a little something. It's a little something. You should put this... Honestly, if you want this to be documentation, I think you have to put it up here, by the way. Otherwise, it won't treat it like documentation, I don't think. Okay. So, this will be Branchie references path. We'll just call it that. And so this should be underscore references. That's what the file should be. And that's what we want this to become. Right in there. So we will concatenate a little bit, obviously. So we're going to do plus that constant that I just made. So Branchie references path. I'm going to do a new line. So const references preload equals preload plus the references path plus the closing paren and double quote. So I think like that. We'll see. You know, if we run into errors, we can try to figure out what exactly went wrong. It could be nice to print it here just to see if it's fine. Whenever I'm coding, it motivates you to code more in your projects. Let's go! Let's go! Well, that makes me happy to hear. I love that me just being here, motivating myself, because you know why I'm here, to motivate myself. And then I can motivate you? I love that. Thanks for telling me that. So yeah, I might need to come through here and check that if that doesn't concatenate correctly, but hopefully it does. Okay, so now that data template will return the way we want, I'm gonna go back. Now, it does kind of mean that this whole, this part is kind of obsolete for that, right? We never really use it anywhere. If I wanted, I could. I don't really give a crap, if I'm being honest. It can go unused. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the updater. And in here, if it sees that we are trying to replace a placeholder, well, we need to get the data placeholder. API template. Oh, this should be the same, shouldn't it? Actually, this will be the same. We can do this whether it's an element or not. I think? Wait, what's the difference? The difference is here. That's the only difference, actually. Is that right there? Show some progress. Love that. This is the only difference. So that makes me think I don't need to do this if else this way. And the only thing I need to if else is this one thing. Probably, maybe. So let's call this a variable. And we'll just say replace with what? So variable replace with what? String, and that will just be initialized. We don't know what it's going to be yet. And we're going to update replace with what? To get data template. Instead of template type, comma, true, because that next one is init common data. Actually, that one's a false. That one's false. We do not want to initialize common data. Not that it really matters, because it's not going to get that far anyway. It'll skip that. And then in here, we pass in API template. Okay. Now, all we have to say here, I think, maybe, we're gonna find out. This becomes, replace with what? And for the else, replace with what? If it's an element, equals that. That might do it. Emphasis on the might. I'm refactoring the way that, so I'm working on a branching narrative plugin that will let users write their branching dialogue story, define things in the world that are affected by the dialogue and player actions, and then doing so using my plugin will generate code, and then that code can be pulled from via an API in order to fill out your dialogue boxes, make things happen in your game, and stuff like that. So that's what I'm working on. Obviously, I'm just making it for myself, but I like the idea of making it for others too, because it's gonna force me to hold it to a higher standard. So, yeah. And so I'm refactoring the way that it works in a really specific way. And It's very incremental progress, but hopefully we can actually make it happen in the next 36 minutes, that incremental progress. All right, so now let's activate the plugin and let's find out what went wrong. I'm sure I forgot something. I'm sure something was done incorrectly. We're gonna find out. All right, as soon as I initialized it, we have an error. Great, let's fix it. Couldn't find references in the current scope. Well, yeah, because remember, everything we're doing is initializing. So that makes sense that as soon as we activate it, we would get the errors. Okay, let's see what's up with that. Oh my god, it's not even there. Where'd it go? So it looks like this whole line got replaced with nothing. Instead of replacing it with that data template, it just deleted it. Interesting. Well, don't do that. We need to figure out why. So at least we're targeting the right thing, right? It found that one line, and all that it did was replace it with emptiness. Now, I'm sure that's one of those initialized string variables. I think I did 2. One of those probably just did not get filled out. So here we have data template. I'm guessing it's that one. Or what was the other one? An updater? Or replace with what? Either this was empty. Well, both of them. If it's data template, both of them will be empty. If it's this one, then data template won't be empty. So let's see if data template is empty at the end of this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say if not data template, we'll just print no data template. Okay, and we'll see if that prints. So we're gonna get rid of everything. One thing that I do want to look for real quick is to make sure, yeah, okay, so it's creating all that, that's all there. All right. We're gonna turn off the plugin. I'm gonna delete the data that it creates. We're gonna get rid of the generated scripts that we opened. And for good measure, I'm just gonna reload the project. So all I'll do is activate the plugin, and I'm looking to see if it prints that uh-oh statement. If it doesn't, that's good. Maybe before, real quick, why don't we say, if there is something, tell me what it is. Oh yay, data template. And then we can make that be whatever it's gonna be. I'll make that a new line and a tab. And we'll call that data template. Just so that way I can see, because maybe it's incorrect. And that would be good to see. All right, here we go. I'm gonna activate the plugin and we'll see what happens. We know there's gonna be an error. Oh, there is a data template, wow. Okay, so the data template was correctly fetched. It looks like it was correctly concatenated as well. So there is a data template, baby. Let's go. So the problem is in my replace with what? Okay. We have narrowed it down. Let's find out exactly why this is not happening. So we set up replace with what as empty. If data we don't need to put it up that high. Put it down here for one thing. That's a little confusing. put it down here. If the template type is API, which it should be, check to see if the API template is Branchie references, which it also should be. Perhaps we're fetching that oh yay data template incorrectly. So let's see. Print it fetched the data template, and then let's see what it fetched. So we're gonna do another new line and a tab, and I will just put whatever it found in there. So this may not show at all. It's kind of what I'm expecting. Like, we won't even see that print. We could do a different match. Let's do if it matches with anything else. We'll say print ooh, I don't know what to replace with. Let's say ooh, I don't know what to replace with. Give me a little more info there. We'll say for API template, and maybe we'll just print what that template is. I don't know if that's really the most useful thing, but it could be interesting just to see what it returns. So I'm gonna do this. That's the enum. I'm gonna find the key, which will give me a string, and specifically the API template that it received. All right. So we do all the reset again, turn off the plugin, delete the generated data here, and make sure all of the generated scripts that I opened that are unsaved are gone. I don't think we even needed to open one, so that's all good. I probably don't need to reload the project, would be my guess, so I'm just not going to. I'm going to clear the output log though. Alright, here we go. Activate it, see what error we get. We know we're going to get an error. I don't know what to replace with. Oh, Branchie element. There we go. Oh, okay. Interesting. So, not there we go. There we don't go. Because look, it correctly set the data template, and it correctly fetched the data template. As long as I don't have a typo in there, which wouldn't matter, I don't think anyway, everything is fine. But then this happens. And I wonder, is that clearing it? And overwriting it? I don't know. Because then it says that it can't find it after that. Then it does the elements, which is fine. It can do that. Interesting. So I think it might be getting obliterated. Well, Lise, think about this. Are you sure you want reference to be first? Doesn't really make sense. Oh, we don't want references to be first. That made sense when I thought something was going to happen the way I thought it would be made. Okay, let me put this here. Just let me put this here. Wait, put this back there. Now try it. See what happens. I don't know. I think this makes me. I'm gonna just turn off the plugin, delete the generated files. I don't think we opened anything, and I'm gonna clear the output log. And now let's activate the plugin and see what happens. We still got the error. Interestingly, it still did this one first. That is weird. You gonna try a state machine? Again? Godot, wish you luck? I wish you luck! Be Maddie, you got this! I know you got this! And hey, you'll learn something from it. I know you will. I wish you good luck. And if you have questions, you know, we'll always try to help you in the Discord. But you know that, I don't gotta tell you. Why did it? Do I need to reload? I'm a little confused. I probably just need to really like analyze the chain of events better. But just to rule it out, before I do that, I'm going to try reloading the project. Just to rule it out. That there wasn't some stale reference to the old order. I don't think that is going to make a difference. Okay, so we'll activate the plugin, get the error, and read what happens. Okay, so there was something stale because now it is correctly doing it after, but it isn't correct because it does need to be first because Branchie is going to have a parsing error. Now, what I am kind of curious about is, did it paste it in there? It did not. It did not paste it in there. Okay, so that is not the problem. All right, very interesting, very interesting, very interesting. Yeah, I know what you mean, Kanoko. I know what you mean. Sometimes it can be good to take the break and work on it. Sometimes, you know, you gotta make that decision. It depends how big it is, right? Like I don't mind doing like little things in the middle of a big project, but I don't want to start a big thing in the middle of a big project. And so then I just write it down. I just write down as much of that idea as possible, and I make sure I can find it later. So when I am ready to do it, it'll be there. But yeah, and I know that struggle. Okay, so let's go make the template scripts. We actually do want this to be first, which makes sense. It makes sense. Other ideas are big. Oh no! I see that now. Delete the files. We definitely opened something. Unsaved. Close it. Discard. And we're gonna reload. So this time, we're just going to go step by step and see why what's happening is probably happening. So the good thing is all the references are correct. I'm still trying to figure out why it isn't... Why is it replacing... I mean, there is a timing issue, but forget the timing issue for a second. Why... There might be a timing issue. Why is it empty? That's the puzzle that I would like to solve first. So this returns... Whoop. Oh, whoa. I didn't even know it could do that. How did I do that? I didn't actually know. Whoa. Was it just an optical illusion? That's crazy. Anyway, don't mind me. It's been a lot of minutes. We're at the end, the brain get tired. So, this function is replacing a template placeholder with a template, and then it's returning something. Remind me what it's returning and why? Because I forgot. What is data? Data is... I see. So after it updates it, it returns it. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So it basically, it says, okay, what are the contents of the script? Here they are. Now that's in data. Okay, in that, I'm going to take this out, I'm gonna put that in, and now I will return that package to send back out. And then that gets serialized. That's what's happening. So, when it gives it back, it's empty. Why? Data placeholder. I feel like there must be something that's supposed to be different depending on which type it is. So the data placeholder goes into the replace what. Well, we know replace what is working because it identifies exactly the right line. It just seems to be the with what that is the issue. So I think, Lise, you need to go to the replace text and string helper, and I need to see what's going on. This can get a little messy because it's going to print a lot of crap. It's basically going to print the whole script. Well, can we just see the what with what? Let's do the what with what. That'll be easier. Replacing new line tab, replace what, comma, new line tab, well, let's just do new line, with new line tab, with what? So I'm going to avoid having to check the data because that could get chaotic. So hopefully this will show every single replacement that it's trying to do when it's initializing the API. Okay, so we activate, and we're gonna see what's going on here. Okay, so this is where it replaces Branchie template with Branchie. That's when it's doing the class name. That's not really relevant to this, but it just gives some insight into what goes on here. Interesting that that happens first. Then it's replacing, oh! I mean, there it is. It's replacing, oh, okay, so it is this, because that nullifies it. Okay, this should not be happening right here. That is totally the problem. Because look, here, everything is correct. Everything is initialized exactly as it's supposed to. And then, it seems to be asynchronously checking the other one, Branchie, which guess what? That neutralizes, it just totally overwrites this. And it makes it nothing. Somehow. Leading it to replace this with nothing. I gotta be honest, I'm not exactly sure why or how the Branchie wedges itself in there in the middle of this, but I'm sure it makes sense. I'm not sure why yet, but I'm sure it makes sense. The code just does what I tell it. Alright. No problem. Fixable. So let's look through the order of events here. It's going to check to see if it's an API type. If it is an API type, replace with what becomes the thing it's supposed to be. Well, another API type is Branchie. Do you want to, like, continue? But it's not a loop. Really, it should be waiting. Branchie should be waiting. It shouldn't be happening yet. First, references should get itself together. But Lise, that's not true. Okay? Because you needed to be able to know where to... Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Wait. This doesn't make sense. I got it. This is supposed to be Branchie. That's what it is. Try it now. Because yes, I want the references to be the thing that it pulls from, but I want it to do that when it's setting up the Branchie API, not the references API. Okay, let's clear it all and try it now. Close the plugin, delete the data, make sure there's no unsaved generated scripts open. And for good measure, I'm going to reload the project. And it should at least be going in the right direction. There's something wrong with this. I feel like something still might go wrong. But I think we're going in the right direction. All right, here we go. Activate the plugin. Let's see what happens. Oh, all right. So there was a huge delay, and that wasn't supposed to occur. So I'm just gonna delete it, and I'm just gonna do it again. I don't exactly know what just happened there. I don't even want to look at the output. Basically, I tried to activate the plugin and it lagged, so I clicked it again, and then it started like going back and forth. So we're just gonna start that one over. Okay, there it goes. We got an error, so something still went wrong, but let's see what went wrong. So it did identify what to replace, but it failed to fetch the data template. So that's something that happened. So fetching the data template seems to be dependent on, which probably makes a lot of sense. I'm tired, the brain's tired. Dependent on what it matched with, right? Yeah. So we don't want to actually pass in that. We want to just say, hey, you need to directly be Branchie references. It's confusing, but that's the data template we want, is the Branchie references data template. Okay. Breathe. I think this makes more sense. This makes a lot more sense. Okay. Turn off the plugin. Delete these files. I don't think we opened anything. I'm gonna reload for good measure. I have a good feeling about this one. I have a good feeling! Okay. Alright, load the plugin. No error, baby. No error! We love to see no error! Okay, let's open up the API. No errors here, baby. So it is able to make that reference correctly. Let's go down and see if it filled it out. Yes, it did! Okay, so it updated it to the new path. Hell yeah. In that new path, now we want to see if we can actually... Okay, great. This is good. But now, I need to make sure I can actually... This is good. Look, okay, look. Let me just celebrate. This is good. I have a habit of just like finally finishing something I've been working on and then being like, what's next? But like, hold on. Pat the back. All right. That was a lot of work. Trying to get the oh yeah, that's big booty stuff. To get the reference. It's twerk time. Come on now, it's twerk time. To get the reference. Imagine I had a camera behind. That would be terrible. Or would it? This is good. So I've just been trying to get it so that way it replaces the right thing with the right thing in a way that it never had to do before. But I did have some infrastructure for replacing placeholder stuff. It just had to kind of do it a little different. Okay, cool, great. Let's go. We've obviously left a bunch of prints everywhere, which I don't love, but I'm just gonna move on. All right, twerk time over. Now, what I want to do is when I create a new conversation, I want it to inject that conversation name into this file. I don't know if it's gonna do that yet, but we will see. We will certainly, definitely see. Okay. Now, it also should, which we already know it likely will, put that conversation name and its UID up here with references.convo. Whatever we name it. So let's see. I don't expect this to go right, but we'll find out what we need to fix if it doesn't. Twerk time over will be the conversation name. Let's create it and find out what goes wrong. No errors. We love no errors. Come over here. So it added it in the right place. This is the new registry. Convo references.convo.twerktime over with the UID. And in the references script, bam, twerk time over. Let's freaking go. Okay. Wait, that's it? Wait, that's it? Okay. So. You don't like the amount of times you've heard twerk time over. Twerk time! Immense! So, okay, now that that's in place, blasphemy! I need to just check to see what it looks like. So I have this usage example set up, right? We started this stream with me trying to figure out how I can make this a little better, a little easier to set up than the way that I was doing it. It's not here, the bad way. The not great way is this. So this is branchish, it's just like a little temporary one. The way that it was going to be working, if you wanted to get a conversation, right? You would go branches.api.get convo content by name. You'd pass in the convo, and you'd ask for the content type. This is what the user would have to do, right? User would have to go branches.content convo content dot node data, and then they would push that into their UI somehow. I didn't really like this. So the new way, in theory, now with the actual API, would be Branchie dot API. I don't even know if you need to do .api. I think you just do Branchie dot references.convo.twerktime over. Now, there's more to this that I didn't quite get to. So I would want to create a Branchie.conversations, or like convos dot. Why did that lead to a region 1? Oh, I did make that. Oh, so that would be the next thing to do. This would be the next thing, right? So that twerk time over, it would need to add this line into Branchie convos, right? And then it would create a script as well. And we would add that UID in here. And then this is where the dialogue, actually it wouldn't even need to create a script. It would literally just reference, oh God, I wish I had just a little more time. I could totally do this. All that it needs to do is automatically add into this script, you know, work time over variant equals, and the script is already created, right? The conversation for twerk time over, it already exists, and so we would just have to inject that in there. So that would be the actual next thing that we would do. It's still pretty good though. It's still pretty good. So we would do Branchie.convos dot, and I'd probably have some function in there, something like, we could even make it func get convo, and this would look for this is just the template. So that's the other thing. This is also just the template. This API, so it's a little bit of work because this API needs to create itself. There's still a lot of work to do. But in theory, this would look for which convo, which we'd want to say, we'll just do Branchie template, Branchie API, or is it just Branchie template? Branchie template dot references, and then this could return a dictionary of some kind, right? That would just have all the dialogue, and the user would just have that dialogue, and they could plug it into their thing. And so whatever, that would just return something, right? We're not going to worry about that right now. So then if we go back to our usage example, we can now have convos.getConvo, and this would go into there. Now it's going to have a problem because that's supposed to be template. In theory, this would get replaced. When this script got generated, it would remove that word template, because if it doesn't, this will be an error, and that's not good. But that would it would generate that file, replace that, and then this will resolve, in theory. Everyone should be, but it's convo. Oh, yeah. So that's there you go. That's what I meant to do. Okay, back. There we go. Nice. So it would look like that. That would be the new way to do it. So we went from, I think this is better. I think this is better than the way that it was going to be, which was branchish dot API dot get convo content by name. We pass in from the signal convo, and I guess in theory, chat, it would be able to just do convos dot get convo. Like if this was set up optimally, you wouldn't even have to do that. It would literally just be that, and that's it. That would be the end of it. Which is really not bad. And in fact, at that point, we might as well just send the damn dictionary, because it's just all so much easier to get. But there could be other stuff. Instead of get convo, it could be get participants, right? you could get the node count. So maybe you need to know how many dialogue blocks do I have to load up or something. So it could have other things than just get convo. But for it to not break right now, I have to type it like that, which still looks a lot better than what was happening, which is this, and then we gotta do branches. It's just like so annoying. Branches dot combo content dot, yeah, no, this is something I'm familiar with doing in my own projects, right? But I don't want to enforce that on anyone else. You know, learning how to get this information like that. Like this is a really specific thing that I'm asking the user to learn how to do. And I think it requires jumping through some mental hoops. Okay. But just doing that, like, this is not bad. Or even doing this, right? If they want a specific conversation. This to me is much more obvious and simple. So that's what this whole refactor is about. And I feel like some progress there has been made. Okay. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Wow. And that is time, y'all. Wow. We're gonna make this template so it doesn't cause all kinds of breakage. And yeah. Yay! So I know, it's not like I can show you, look at the dialogue in the game. I mean, you can change the camera to different cameras. Like this is the, prism and the block having a conversation, and we want to go over the shoulder of the prism, but there's no dialogue there yet. But still, it's nice that I made some progress on this. I feel really good about that. Oof! Oh my goodness! Oh my gracious. Random, you know you have long hair when you use your whole arm to twirl your hair to a bun and not just your fingers? Your whole arm to twirl it into a bun? I'm afraid to put this in a bun. That's a good tip, to use your arm. I'm gonna have to remember that one. Alright, chat, that's it for me. I don't think I missed much here. Brett says, I got a bunch of stuff done. My safe area is built. Now I just gotta put bed and a kitchen weapons room, etc. Nice. I hope I get to see that progress. Alright, y'all. I don't think we really missed anything. I think I kept up with y'all. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look for somewhere to go. Now, I am taking Fridays off for the next month. Because I have some real life things to deal with. And so I'll be back next on Monday. Here's the thing. There is a way to redeem a free Monday stream. There's a couple ways to access the Monday stream, okay? There's the first portion, which as long as you're a free patron, you join the Hyper Game Dev Patreon for free, you can access the first portion of the Monday stream. If you have 10,000 channel points on Twitch, you can access the whole stream for free, and I'm working on a YouTube version. So, something to think about, but right now it's going to be Mondays and Wednesdays for at least the next month, while I just get real life stuff in order. But then we'll be back to Monday, Wednesday, Friday. GG's! Real quick, I do want to tell you about the Game Like Jam. That's starting next week. Yep. Next Wednesday. Next Tuesday. The Game Like Jam begins. I don't know if you knew that. That's the last one. This is the current one. There's a hint. There are 2 hints for you. Number 1, it's going to be a horror game. Number 2, that game has 2D or 3D. That's the clue. 2D or 3D. It's a little bit of a mysterious clue. Do with it what you will. But if you join the jam early, you will get the clue or the whole theme early. Something to think about. All right, let's see who's around on YouTube. I'm streaming pretty early today, so I feel like we're going to find somebody. I always look on YouTube first, and then see if there's somebody who's also streaming on Twitch, and then we'll raid on both platforms. I'm streaming early, so we should be able to find somebody, right? Wednesday's a popular stream day. Big Boy Games... Adam Learns... Arrow Rides Beautiful Potato... Okay. We got some options. Is Big Boy Games on both platforms? Would be my question. Yes! Okay. I think Big Boy Games is our target, chat. That's where we're headed. Working on tactic... Tactic toe. Godot. Tactic toe. I like that. I like that a lot. If you're watching and you're a streamer and you don't know how to do it right on YouTube, I'm gonna show you how to do it. Click on create up in the top right, hit go live, and it'll show you your live streams. You're gonna click on your current live stream, and then once that loads, it takes a little bit. You'll know when the chat pops up. Scroll down to stream settings. Hit this edit button right there. Customization. Redirect. Hopefully you have it unlocked. Not everybody does, but we do. So I'm gonna hit add. You click on the second box, not the first, and you look for this list to find who you want to raid. And the bad news that I have is Big Boy Games is not raidable. They're not raidable on YouTube! No! Alright, looks like it's gonna be Adam Learns then. Is Adam Learns on? Too bad. Yes, they are. Look, I was excited, okay? Believe me, I was excited to check out Godot Tic-Tac-Toe, but clearly I need to reach out to this person. Let them know to let raids on YouTube be possible. So we're gonna go to Adam Learns. Bam! What's gonna happen now that I've set that, I hit save, and whenever I hit end stream, it's going to automatically take you there. So if you're watching on YouTube and you don't have autoplay, you might have to click a little button in the top to say, that's where I wanna go. But it'll let you know, and it will just take you there automatically and stuff. Now, how do you do it on Twitch? Y'all already know this is gonna be the easiest thing in the world. All you gotta do is type /raid and then the person's name. And that is literally it. So, YouTube could make that easier. Well, Insane, I also streamed considerably earlier than I ever do. So, it's really not your fault. I want to start streaming this early regularly, but, today was just the first day I actually finally managed to pull it off. We want to let Adam know that we're rating him on 2 platforms. So if you're so inclined, copy that message and paste it in the chat, especially if you're on YouTube or Twitch. Please paste it in there, so that way, you don't have to, but if you want to, it'll help a lot so Adam knows that we're doing this multi-platform raid. Because not everybody even knows that it's possible. Alright, chat. Like I said, I'll be back on Monday. I doubt I'll get progress on this before Wednesday. So, yeah, I have a feeling that this is going to be... I'll pick up right where I left off next week. But it was good progress, and I had a lot of fun with everybody. I appreciate you all, and you all have been so kind. I look forward to seeing you. Join the Game Link Jam! Don't forget about that. But don't worry about that. Just paste that raid message. That's like your main job, is to paste that raid message. Alright. Goodbye, y'all. Have fun with Adam. Goodbye. 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 Okay, goodbye.